days disappeared. Nights were trapped in blank neon lights. There were windows but no sky. And I forgot the wind that once called me. Time taught me how to surrender, how to bow my head, how to pretend to smile, how to hide myself in words saying this is how life should be. I slowly faded away. I'm heading to the sea now, with this body full of scars. Without a word, without any luggage, into that vast and blue embrace, to confess myself, to strip myself bare. Will the song I forgot rise again in the sound of waves? Will the horizon still remember my name, even if I follow no one anymore? I go to the sea first to stand as myself. Try to erase me, even if I leave no trace behind. The fact that I existed, will the sea know that? I'm heading to the sea now, with no tears, no words, carrying all heaviness in these light footsteps, heading to the sea inside me. The sea won't ask me why I came so late, it'll just quietly hold me. I'm heading to the sea now, into the sea's embrace I go. I climbed the mountain far too late. The sun was long gone, the trail unclear, but something within me pushed forward, an urgency without name, to go somewhere, anywhere, but not stay still. Darkness swallowed the path behind me, and fear walked beside me, until a silhouette appeared in the trees. A deserted lodge, crumbling in silence, its roof cracked, its door ajar, but shelter nonetheless. I spent the night in that empty lodge, breathing the cold with every thought. Beneath that roof of broken memories, I looked up, and the stars whispered, you are not lost, you are just passing through. The clouds hovered gently like old friends. The wind did not ask where I came from. upon my skin, and I wondered how long had I forgotten this kind of stillness. I asked no one but heard answers in the branches, in the chill, in the hush. This wasn't a night to forget, but to remember what silence teaches. I will remember that night, the ruinous lodge that held me without a word. The stars, the moon, the clouds and the wind, they saw me. They became my path, and along that path without fear I will go. I just stepped off, that was all. A station barely marked on any map. A large winding pine tree stood silently at the end of the platform. It felt like something I'd once seen on a picture postcard, strange and familiar, you see. Someone like you seemed to be sitting in the waiting room chair, next to a signpost under yellow light, head bowed quietly, not waiting for anyone, but somehow still waiting. I stayed at that station, though I had a path to follow. I couldn't leave. Maybe because of that moment, as the sunset bled across the sky, I thought I saw you. The pine tree said nothing, and the train prepared to leave again. But I stood there hesitating beneath the name of a nameless place, as if peeking briefly into someone's heart. Were you really there that day? Or was it just something I wanted to see? These kinds of illusions keep stopping me in my tracks. I still haven't left, though the ticket is in my hand. The air of that station, the scenery, the bench, and that person like you, they all held my feet in place. The train is gone, only the sunset remains on the platform. And still I stand there hesitating at that station, wondering if it was love or simply loneliness. tightly closed lips, people holding something deep inside, like the heavy thoughts I had unpacked. Were they too running away like me from the noise, the promises, the endless race? No words in the quiet stillness, but in those eyes, stories left untold were quietly resting. I saw people like me on the train, those who had turned off the noise of the world, heading to places unknown, not knowing what they were searching for, moved only by the urge to leave. Perhaps like me, they were simply escaping. Tears seemed to well in someone's eyes. Someone else reflected their childhood face in the sky outside the window. And someone whispered softly, I just wanna live as myself now. Someone said, a feeling I thought I'd forgotten clings once again to this window. It wasn't a letter, but a long-held silence, finally turning into sound. I saw people like me on the train, inside their soundless resolutions, rebuilding the days that had once collapsed. Maybe we weren't going anywhere new. Maybe we were all just trying to return. The train moved on, but I still remember those people inside, in their eyes I saw myself again, and the train quietly passed through the road inside me. I was walking along a mountain stream, pacing my steps to the murmuring water. Under the shade of a cherry tree, the air was cool. A squirrel darted across a mossy rock. The wind stirred the leaves of a lacquer tree. The scent of azaleas and willows wrapped around me like a dream. Have I known this place before? No, it was my first time here, but every scene felt like a moment from a dream. And when a flying squirrel paused to look straight into my eyes, that fleeting glance was where the encounter began. You were there beside the flowing stream, as if we had known each other forever. No words were spoken, but your gaze said everything. Like a touch of sunlight, you melted into the moment. We didn't know each other's names, know where we had come from, but we looked at the same landscape, remembered the same scent, shared the same silence. said nothing but handed me a stone. The pattern etched on the pebble still whispers the sound of the stream from the pocket of my coat. You were there like a breeze passing by, but deep within my memory you remain as a single frame. It wasn't love, but deeper than any love I've known. I keep walking, following the scent of that day. The encounter has passed, but it has become a part of me. You were there above the sound of the stream. At the crossroads of many paths, I came to a halt. No road called out to me, no road blocked my way, and that made it all the more confusing. Perhaps the choice had been made long ago. Crossing valleys, climbing rocks, my feet sinking in the mud. Struggling through for a while, I ask again and again, is this the right path? No. Am I the right one to walk it? The wind blows, the summit is still far. My breath is short, and I grow smaller. But within that wind, something whispers, you're on the right path now. Now. The leaves trembled, the wind sometimes pushed me, and sometimes embraced me. I said nothing in return, I simply kept climbing, believing that this wind-blown path would someday become my story. When I reached the summit, I did not shout. I simply sat down and entrusted all my questions to the wind. The wind passed by, brushing the dust off my soul, blowing away the heavy yesterday. I grew a little lighter and a little stronger. At the summit, I quietly prepared to descend. In the end, the wind carried me, and in that wind, I smiled quietly. The summit had not been waiting for me, it was I who had been waiting for myself all this time.
sun hung low on the mountain ridge. The river shimmered in golden light. I walked slowly along the riverside, saying nothing at all. Only my shadow walked beside me. A fluttering blade of grass held between my lips. I crouched down and listened to the water in that sound. Her laughter overlapped a voice I could never forget, echoing from somewhere. That riverside we used to walk together long ago. Now I walk alone, but her footsteps still echo somewhere deep in my heart, rushing past like the wind. The river flows on and I stand still, a single blade of grass in my hand, as if that were everything. A humble afternoon, a quiet thought though. She is gone, I am still on that path. Someone lingering on my tongue, swallowed in silence, even without speaking. Memory flows like that day's river. She may be gone, but the afternoon we shared remains in the breeze, reflected in the water, gently touching who I am now. I walk that time again once more. Before the darkness settles in, I take another step, leaving behind her name, setting down the blade of grass. The river keeps flowing, and so do I.
It's a cliche, I know. Pitching a tent, pouring a glass of soju, gazing at the sky. One of those nights, but this silence, it holds me without a word. The moon lives inside me, the stars live inside me, the sound of water too. I seem to be It's okay to be alone, because all of this is here with me. Each star whispers a story. That night it was me. When the sound of water falls asleep and the moon hides beyond the ridge, inside this tent I cradle another universe, draining the last drop of soju without calling your name, because this night is simply beautiful. Standing tall, casts its shade with open arms. A bench to one side, a worn-out wooden table. A single can of beer, resting on it, escaping the scorching sun. I sit there, catching my breath. No one speaks to me, and I don't bother to arrange my thoughts. I just listen to the drifting sounds, riding the breeze, a bicycle passing by, a child's laughter, and something stirring within me. This place where I've come to pause, a place where time flows just a bit slower. No drink to crave, no task to do, no worry to bear. Just for now, I forget them all under the shade of the alcova tree. I simply exist. It's not familiar, but the warmth and smell feel known. The texture of bark, a distant melody riding the air. All of it seems to be watching over me. I start to wonder, then stop, take a sip of beer instead. Its bitterness strangely feels warm, even if this moment goes unrecorded. Even if I tell no one, this breeze, this tree, this pause in my life, they will remain somewhere, because I felt them. As the sunlight tilts a little more and the shadows stretch further, I'll eventually stand and leave, but for now I just sit with a can of beer. city, an alley I'm walking for the first time. Walls that feel familiar yet cold, covered with the layers of old posters. Through those gaps, someone's back passes by. I stopped without thinking. It felt like that person might turn around. Long hair flowing over the shoulders, a slow stride and an unerasable silhouette. In that alley, I remembered someone. Was it a missed connection from the past, or someone I haven't met yet? Either way, that back lingers long in my mind. Maybe we were both just travelers in the stranger's eyes. There was a hint of a recognition. No words were spoken, but this alley would remember him. If I had called out, would he have stopped? If I had smiled, would he have turned around? If that had been me, would he have recognized me? At the mouth of a strange alley, I looked back at myself, following that person's back. My heart stretched out like a shadow. Every moment of that time is still walking within me. He never turned around, and I, silencing my hesitation, walk my own path. Though the wind blew harshly, I didn't look back either. Since I last rented a bike, people were smiling on benches in the park, slowly turning their time under the sunlight. I simply passed by without a word, without a face. The wind pushed gently from behind, and I let it carry my pace, without thoughts or maybe too many. Lowering the gear, I watched the landscape drift away. Where am I riding now? No destination, no one waiting, just me, following the wind, following myself. A flower petal brushed past my front wheel, a child's laughter lingered in the air. I paused to wipe the sweat, taking in this afternoon of the street into myself. Perhaps it's the wind taking me somewhere. The thought quietly stayed with me today. Not as anyone else, but simply as me. I rode through this road a little lonely, a little adrift, but just fine for an afternoon. As I crested the final hill, I whispered to myself, maybe I should just keep going to the edge of the city. And then I pedaled once more.
No matter how much I deny it, reality is still reality. It ties my body, binds my thoughts, even restrains the act of denial itself. So many directions, north, south, east, west, but no true destination. I spit into the air just like that, a little rebellion against everything, a fleeting gesture, as if to say, then let my path be drawn where that lands. Dreams begin from foolishness. Should I go to the sea, to the mountain top, or to a distant island? Should I walk the streets of a foreign land and fall in love with someone I've never known? Wherever it is, just not here, just not this version of myself. In that dream, a girl from another world held my hand. She smiled quietly and said, this is the road, you've been walking it all along. I didn't know where to go, so I wandered. I pretended I had somewhere to be, and maybe that was enough to keep walking. Now I think perhaps the road was never a place, but rather a direction within my mind. And that direction keeps changing with the wind. And so I walk again, still not knowing where to go. But I walk because this wandering, this
Didn't know where to go, so I just walked past the corner stores, past sleepy traffic lights, to the edge of the sidewalk. I kept walking until houses disappeared and fields opened wide, until the air grew spacious and still. The grass whispered in unfamiliar tones, and the nameless wildflowers nodded as if they knew everything. The birds spoke in riddles, not loudly, but with a kind of meaning. Even the wind seemed to carry words I almost understood. So I kept walking with no map, no plan, only a quiet feeling that if I went just a bit further, something might make sense. Beneath the swaying bridge by a slow muddy river, I sat, a boy was tossing stones, an old woman passed with a cane, and then I realized the road had never been lost. I had simply not learned to breathe with Had I not walked, I would never have heard the sky speak. Had I not been lost, I would never have noticed what it means to simply be. Now I walk, not to arrive, but to become. With every step, my breath grows deeper, my gaze clearer, and the world gradually accepts me. So I just walk without a reason, without needing to explain. The road speaks for itself, the grass bends, the light shifts, and the world welcomes a wanderer like an old friend. I sat in silence, the fire burned away old memories, and the guitar string rang once more. It wasn't a song, but quieter than silence, a voice from deep within me. There are times I wanna drift far away from city lights, from people's kindness. I stepped aside from all of it, listening to that one string. It didn't feel lonely, it felt exactly like coming back to myself. One guitar string was enough when no words could be said. That single note lightened my heart. This night, this glow, this quiet resonance, that was everything, and it was enough. As the fire dwindled, I set the guitar down. The the string stopped, but inside me it kept ringing. There were no words, but somehow I understood a little more why I had left. There was noise in all the roads I walked, but the guitar string beside the fire asked nothing of me. It simply stayed. So I remember the firelight, the silence, the trembling of a single string that night. It saved my heart. The fire has gone out, but its warmth still reaches me. To some, this might be no song at all, but to me, it was everything that night held. A guitar string, it was the ember in my heart, still gently resonating. She said nothing, only traced the air lightly with her fingertips. Instead of words, I sent a gaze, and she nodded in return. The gypsy asked no questions, not my name, not my past. She only seemed to wonder if the me sitting here tonight was real or not. Then she silently handed me a guitar. I held that guitar close to my chest and gently pressed just one note. That note trembled quietly like my soul, unbroken. And then she smiled for the first time. The sound of stars shifting, the wind dancing in the fire. That night bore no names, only truth. What passed between us was not speech, but sheer presence. Everyone wonders, but not everyone is a gypsy. Wandering is the surface, a gypsy lives within. She made me confront the stranger inside myself. Wordlessly I held her hand, pressed one more note, and it recognized me like an old friend. She let go of my hand without a word, and that was enough. The night passed without a name. I know. Asked me nothing, and yet we were true to each other. That was the only moment every journey ever seeks to reach.
I had been walking without meaning, without purpose, and somehow I arrived at this strange valley. The sunlight was soft, the air clean. Each stone, each leaf held their places in silence. Then a bird far away uttered a short sound. It wasn't a song, it felt more like speech. Another bird responded, a continuing thread, gentle and vivid, like someone's old memory. Their voices came flying toward me. At first, I couldn't understand, but strangely, they felt familiar. You were always on the road. Wherever you paused, the world quietly breathed. Even the moments you turned away, the world still remembered you. I stopped walking near the center of the valley. A blade of grass was swaying. I heard what that leaf said. You being here now, that is everything. Before those words, I could say nothing. I stayed there for a long while. A soft wing beat from somewhere, a murmur between leaves. I was hearing it all. I didn't think of the way back. It didn't matter to be here now. That was all. And for the first time, I could simply breathe. Now I know words are not sounds, but presence. Words are not comprehension, but resonance. So I left the valley with gratitude for every word. I didn't say I won't forget. I only hoped that wherever I may dwell, those words might ring again. That would be enough.
How long has this song been with me? I wonder. It rose to my lips, then sank back down to where words don't reach. Memories kept fading. My fingers would hesitate, but the melody kept me silent. But the feeling that no one could ever understand what this song held. So I never sang it. The quieter the world, the deeper it echoed inside. Even now, afraid someone might hear it, I keep it soft, whispering only within myself. And then one day I thought of someone who listened, not to my words but to the breath between them, to that person, or perhaps to you who's hearing this now. At last I offer this song carefully for the first time. This isn't a polished song, it doesn't seek applause. It's simply a record of being alive, a person's quiet truth. Yes, I can sing it now, though it was born in the solitude of night. Now that I sit across from you, I feel we can share this quiet together. The song I never shared with anyone, but now I send it to the wind, the stars, and you. A trembling line, a handful of hesitation, yet still it was all sincere. The day I left, everything was blurred. I wasn't even sure what I was searching for. Time passed, and under skies I didn't recognize, through alleys with names I couldn't recall, I slowly began to meet myself. The face reflected in the window no longer feels unfamiliar. Within the weariness, a quiet calm. The passing scenery whispers in silent tones. No need to say I'm okay or I'm still not ready. I am simply on my way back. The city will be the same, crowded, noisy, perhaps ready to consume me once more. But this time I'm different. The landscapes within me push me forward. Answers found in silence now guide my steps. Some stare out the window, others tap at their phones. Some are dozing and some are lost in thought. They all felt like versions of me. The stillness inside this bus didn't feel like an end. It felt more like something beginning. steadier, with eyes a little softer. Even as the scenery shifts, I remain myself. What I've learned on the road is not how to return, but how to live again once I'm back. Thought I'd seen it all, that sorrow and joy had become familiar. But one morning, a single beam of sunlight made everything begin anew. There were whispers telling me to rest, to stop here and now. But I knew I still had nights left to tell my story. The journey isn't over yet, I'm still walking. I stood up where I had fallen and carved a new path where I had lost the old one. There's meaning in every step. The breath I take carries the wind's tail. The journey is still alive.
In the bag beside me lies a diary left unwritten, stories never fully shared, a photo I thought I had forgotten.
All of it speaks to me. It's not over yet. There are still a few more songs left to sing.
Oh, say it's over and life stops, but say it's not, and life begins to sing again. I'm still curious about tomorrow, and that alone keeps me journeying on. Oh, yes, the journey isn't over yet. Now I walk deeper, following a map hidden inside me. Step by step I expand my own world. Someday I'll arrive, but not today. There's no need to just yet. To be alive is to be on a journey. So I keep walking today. Don't ask me why. I'm still living. The road has not ended, and I am still on that road. We both knew it was time to go, even without saying a word. What was in your final look wasn't parting, but a promise to me again.
As the seasons we shared quietly passed us by, the warmth of those days won't fade so easily. I believe you feel the same. Where might we meet next time? In what kind of place or moment? Even if the scenery has changed, I hope we'll still smile the same. This road we walked in silence will remain a shared memory, quietly waiting for the day it continues. Like sunlight resting under a tree, our time together was brief, but the words we shared in it will bloom slowly, even after we part. Our time, this moment isn't really the end. So where might we meet next time? I can't say for sure now, but if we still recognize each other, then that'll be enough. That's why I won't say goodbye today. I'll keep take care tucked away too, just wherever. Let's meet again with a smile. The grass sways, small bursts of laughter fill the alley. Barefoot on the dusty road, that summer night, it was us. Back then I didn't know what worry was. Starlight spilled above our heads, and with every laugh from my friends, my feet kept leaping higher. Running down that dusty road, we tumbled over each other in laughter, lying on the grass, catching our breath, counting stars that night. Barefoot summer nights, our world was small. Could go anywhere, thought we'd always laugh like that. Now we all stand in our places, grown-ups carrying different weights, but the freedom of that summer night still lingers somewhere inside me. Those kids from back then, the one who dreamed of being an art teacher, now runs a small restaurant. The one who wanted to be shining politician, work sales, chasing daily goals. One works as a mason from dawn, another leans on drinks just to get through another day. But that day, that night, under the same starlight, we were all even now inside me. Those kids, those laughs, quietly whispered, we're still running barefoot through the summer night.
Once he tore through the sky and shook the earth with the roar of hooves. He raced above the cries of thousands. His name thundered across the world.
But now he breathes quietly, facing the twilight sky, letting go of his name, his glory, carrying them away on the wind.
I remember the days when his crimson banner cut through the wind. Now with a single breath he colors the sky as he slowly fades into the dusk.
The brilliant cries, the blinding flash of swords, all return to dust, yet his breath remains lingering long within the twilight. When all the end cries, the dragon's gnash of swords, all return to dust, yet his breath remains lingering long within the twilight. When all battles are over, when every name is forgotten, I can still hear it, that breath, quietly singing at the edge of the world. He did not lose, nor did he conquer. He simply entrusted a long life lived into the arms of the twilight. Even today, I pass under the crimson sky, and quietly following his breath, I await another dawn.
In the hour when dusk settled in, I sat by the window staring blankly as the world prepared for sleep. Suddenly, I saw the sky covered by countless flocks of birds. To my young heart, it was sheer breathtaking wonder. The sky was cloaked in black feathers, and the sun, leaving its last rays, slowly retreated. That day, I became one with the scene before me. I heard the sound of my small world expanding with time. I thought it was a fleeting illusion, but one day I realized it was the brilliant feeling of my childhood still alive within me. to the sky again, searching for that astonishing memory. It never disappeared, always quietly resting inside me. All of it was the radiant wonder within me. Even if the world moves past me, as long as I remember, that scene will never fade. In the twilight, I slowly close my eyes and unfold the sky of that day inside my heart. The child I was, the person I am now, both quietly stand before that memory.
I folded a small letter, tucking in the feelings I couldn't speak aloud on that paper. The shy heartbeat of a child quietly pulsed. Who was I writing to? A friend, someone I secretly liked. Or maybe was I actually writing to myself, wanting to show my own small voice? That very first secret letter, even if it was never delivered, carried the weight of my heart. It always stayed inside me, helping me hold on to the tenderness within myself. As time passed, I sometimes wonder, did I really write it for someone? Or was it always a quiet gesture sent to myself all along? That folded paper, that hidden note, even without a reply, it shaped me. Its journey was not outward, but always inward. Now I know that first letter taught me how to embrace my heart, how to listen to the smallest voice inside me. Even today, I can feel the crease of that paper in my memory. That letter still whispers, you were always enough, even back then when you didn't yet know it.
that soft sound you used to love. I turn my head, and by the pain, the scene we once shared gently returns to me. The coffee in my hand grows cold, and time drifts silently along. Words I couldn't say to you linger like a quiet aftertaste deep in the cup. Instead of saying I miss you, I whisper your name in my heart again today. I'm okay, I'm doing well. I cover my heart with silent words. A street scene I stumble upon reminds me your laughter. A line from a familiar song brings back the light in your eyes. Instead of saying I miss you, a smile appears before I even notice the warmth of that moment. Still live quietly inside me. I wanna say I miss you, but I don't. Longing writes a letter it'll never send, like a greeting only I would understand. Carry gently on the wind.
Sometimes things just feel heavy for no reason, and that's okay. You don't have to smile through it all. Just being as you are is enough. You don't have to compare. Don't need to live like anyone else. You're learning slowly how to live as yourself. It's okay, truly okay. Even the times you fell, even the faded scars, they've all become part of who you are now. You don't have to do everything right. It's okay to pause, to rest. What matters is that you don't let go of yourself. It's okay, truly okay, even if you're not there yet. Even if you move slowly, you are already enough. And now you can believe it, this quiet voice you offer yourself.
the times you fell, even the faded scars. They've all become part of who you are now. You don't have to do everything right. It's okay to pause, to rest. What matters is that you don't let go of yourself. And now you can believe it, this quiet voice you offer yourself. It's okay, truly okay.
That evening back then, I stood by the window, waiting for someone's footsteps until the sky turned red. I couldn't take my eyes away. Light shattered on the glass, and my heart swayed along. That little window reflected every feeling from that day. A wordless evening taught me more than silence should. In the fading light, your presence became clearer to me. In that place, unnamed emotions still seem to linger. Time flows beyond the glass, but something stays. The window said nothing, but it remembered the warmth, the scent, the light. And as I watched, I sank back into all of it once more. Now I can say it aloud. That evening window was the most quiet and truthful moments of my life. Today too the sun sets and light rests on the window again. Like before, I stop just for a moment and gaze back into that time.
Narrow alleyway, sunlight slowly climbs over the wall. Through a cracked window frame, a cat gazes at us with lazy, dreamy eyes. Beyond the wall, an old bicycle leans, its rusted bell trembling in the breeze, spreading out like a small, quiet song. The world isn't heard from afar, in tiny breaths, in passing winds.
Even in the cracks of worn walls, songs are still alive. A torn piece of a letter left behind by someone with the faint words, it's okay, it's okay, fluttering lightly in the breeze. If you listen closely, you'll hear it. Everything that brushes past in silence becomes a small song, quietly, quietly touching your heart. The world doesn't shout in great cries, in tiny alleyways, in quiet breaths. The real songs are born. Today again, I gently turn a narrow corner, brushing past the sleeping breaths of houses. Somewhere, a newborn baby's cry turns into a faint song and flows along with the wind.
I used to slip under the little desk, a space that felt like the smallest house in the world. Sounds that couldn't be heard outside rang so clearly inside me. Footsteps glimpsed beyond the desk's legs, the shadows of adults. And in that space, I quietly caught my breath and grew my own small world with a child's heart. I kept dreaming in that narrow space. The world was too far, too big, and the darkness under the desk felt more like comfort. As the day ended, the lights went out, and I was alone inside. But that quiet was slowly making me stronger. The scenery of those childhood days that no one else might remember, I now realize was a precious root, still grounding me today. That small me under the desk, each little unknown thought became the pieces that built who I am now. The quiet darkness under the desk, it was my first meeting with the world. Inside it I matured inwardly, and with all those memories, here I stand today, confidently.
darkness still lingers beyond the curtain. On the table, the radio quietly connects the world and me. Tuning the dial with careful fingers, a familiar voice flows gently in the air of a strange city. Someone's first greeting opens my day. The first dawn radio reaches deepest into the heart. When the world is still silent, with just a simple line spoken without intent, I suddenly feel I am alive. Before the scent of coffee, a song fills my side. I imagine someone somewhere listening with a heart like mine. A small piece of comfort. The first dawn radio breathes softly for those who couldn't sleep. A quiet place to rest the heart. Here on this frequency we are connected. Just before sunrise, slowly awakens, and I begin today with the first voice I hear.
I am an old tree standing through thousands of winds, countless seasons, quietly embracing them all. At first a small bird built its nest among my branches, and young lovers whispered their first promises beneath my shade. I said nothing, I simply watched over them. Even without words, I held every story within me. The tears, the laughter, the departing footsteps, all embraced and quietly woven into my being. One winter, a child sat beside me and wept for the first time. I gently shook a branch, offering what little comfort I could. I know this, everything flows away. Every encounter merely brushes past. But the deeper the brush,
mains tear through the sky. No one could stop us. This moment's wind, this moment's breath was alive within us. On the sand where the sun began to sink, shadows stretched long. We knew this gallop was a time we could never return to. Run, don't ask, don't stop. This moment was our everything. Leave nothing behind, just run. Mains that never look back, eyes that only face forward. Our hearts pounded like war drums, and time like sand crumbled behind us.
You are alive, whisper in the wind. If all your senses are awake in this very moment, then it's now.
Don't stop, the gallop carries fear behind and leads hope ahead. Run, right now you've lost nothing. Before the sun could say we ran, without leaving anything behind, holding everything with the wind passing like light itself.
Today, I just wanna be quiet. Even if someone speaks to me, I only nod. When asked if I'm okay, I merely pretend to smile and turn away. The strength to explain, the heart to open up, have scattered somewhere today. Though my lips are sealed, my heart is constantly screaming. I don't wanna say anything, not even that. I don't wanna say anything. If I put it all into words, I fear these feelings might become trivial. this silence might be a way to protect myself. Today, I just want to believe that it's okay to be like this.
Open the door, a beam of dusty sunlight. 2 cold teacups on the empty table. Someone once sat here laughing. Their presence still lingers in the air. The old calendar froze in a past season. A faded black and white photo on the wall. The scene outside has long changed, but time inside this room still rests in that day. This empty guest room was once someone's warm afternoon. Words shared beneath a small lamplight still quietly sway in the air. Love remains in every corner. No one stays here anymore, but sometimes I sit in the same place. Take out a tucked away memory and quietly put it back again. Not all love continues forever, but the warmth of those moments never fades. To be empty means someone once came and stayed. Even sitting alone in this empty room, I never felt truly lonely. That warmth, that breath still gently drifts between these 4 walls. Now I've become like the mother and father of those days. And I look at this guest room once more, softly, with only one small lamp lit. I welcome that memory back again. That warmth, that breath still gently drifts between these 4 walls.
I don't even remember who sat beside me. It feels like it was so long ago. There were no words spoken, but the time, the silence, strangely it felt warm.
People often ask, why didn't you say anything? But in that moment, we were looking at the same place, with something deeper than words.
Silence crumbling heart, a tiny breath, slowly, quietly seeps through. In the stillness where even the wind stopped, I heard so much more. The person's old day, their season, their hesitation, it was all there within that silence. That silence wasn't between us, but deep inside us, being together. Perhaps that moment needed no words. Looking back, I understand now. Those quiet days, they became the kindest memories, and they stayed within me quietly, without anyone knowing when. Even now, sometimes I sit there listening to the silence. You're not there, but the silence still breathes beside me.
On the worn out rooftop, a small dream tossed long ago reached out to catch the clouds, stretching its hand, only to be carried away by the wind. Even soaked by rain, even faded by sunlight, the dream still sat quietly beside the leaning chimney, never leaving. Even as the world changed, the dream on the rooftop never vanished. Through staggering years, through restless winds, somewhere it kept smiling. Sometimes clouds would descend, peeking shyly at the dream, and evening stars with the tip of their light would gently brush it before retreat. The rooftop grew old by the dream. It still gazes from the highest place, watching wind and the stars. No matter how much time passes, no matter how much the world collapses, that one dream on the rooftop smiles quietly and keeps on living.
its darkness and rested beneath the great tree on the mountain until the last dreams of the world gently sank into silence. Then, when the sunlight shyly lifted its head, the wind offered its breath to the awakening light. Morning opened that way, not loudly, not grandly, with just a single breath. The world was awakened again. Like tiny breaths clinging to the tips of leaves, the early wind planted warmth quietly into every corner of the world. The dawn felt like the wind's silent promise to embrace the world again with the softest breath. Morning bloomed from a single breath, spreading like silent light, quietly yet deeply we met a new day again. Today again I lean on a small breath, gazing at the world with sleepy eyes. The world comes to me, and so gently I walk toward it.
Beneath the fallen wall, forgotten flags, shattered swords, and only rough sandstorms whisper the names of the past. Once towering with pride, the great wall was slowly cracked by time without warning, and in the end swallowed everything whole. I know wealth, glory, they were nothing but dust in the end. Only the wind remembers, only the wind dares to sing again. The people are gone, the songs have faded, yet between the broken stones a voice still cries out, I was here. The people are gone, the songs have faded, yet between the broken stones a voice still cries out, I was here. Within every crumbled crevice, ancient dreams seep in, and the wind gently brushes them, sending as time passes, even as all things fall, the wind carries the cry of the walls, lifting it again to the sky. Today again, the wind looks down from the ruined wall, pauses above broken memories, and whispers quietly within, I was here.
There were days when I couldn't see a thing, moments I thought I had completely lost my way. But even in all that darkness, there remained a faint, warm flicker inside me. No one noticed it, not even me, for a long time. But looking back now, I realize that light was what kept me going. A small light within me, still alive, never fading. Dim but unmistakably real, a breath of warmth that is mine alone. Pieces of dreams I'd set aside, feelings I once thought were out of reach, are now returning to me, glowing like embers, quietly reigniting. A small light within me, it's okay if the world doesn't see it, it's a light for me, a warmth I wanna hold on to till the end. I'll walk forward little by little, following that light ever so slowly. Even if I fall, it's okay, because now I know there's a path inside me.
An afternoon smile, sunlight quietly settles on the old sofa, and the breeze outside hums a forgotten line of song. Light brushing fingertips, a quiet smile spreads like a warm moment inside someone's memory. That smile colors the afternoon. In this afternoon. Those who've left and those who remain breathe in the same air, that low laughter. It feels like proof that we're still alive, without speaking, without needing to prove anything. Just that one smile in the sunlight feels enough. Today I finally understand. Someone was smiling, as if softly speaking to me. That smile quietly spread inside my heart. The afternoon smile, it belongs to no one, yet it gently embraces me, and for a moment makes time stand still. This afternoon, I hold one low smile in my heart, and I wish that smile quietly flows into another afternoon. Day, ripening slowly. I rise early, stretch wide, walk the little garden, pluck a ripe tomato and place fruit on the table. Morning hums quietly, with dbdb songs filling the room. I sit in my old rocking chair, letting the sun gently warm my eyelids. A slow a slow ripening day quietly rests inside my heart. In the air, glowing red with heat, I stand barefoot. Grass tickles my feet, and the wind brushes past like the breath of wild beasts. In that moment, I call for you. I strike the drum. By the fire inside a sacred circle, I lay down words. Instead, I let my body speak, moving with silent rhythm. I awaken the ocean that has slept within me. Hear me, oh sea, this is my love, my longing, the beginning of a song meant to reach you. The sand remembers, the waves embrace it. This drum beat is my everything, all of me reaching for you. At the edge of the grassland where stars settle, I dream of you. Like the heavy steps of elephants, I move slow and deep toward you with no notes, only this beat-eating drum. I ask nothing, I do not seek to know if you've heard. I simply wait at the end of this rhythm when I collapse in exhaustion. I believe I will see you then. Beat again, oh drum, the night deepens and the waves draw near with this drum beat. I try to reach your sea quietly, but I do not stop. Now we are one, the drum still echoes, love rolls toward the sea. Even when I can no longer dance within this sound at placed everything. See, hear me, this voice that calls to you, my final breath and my first. The day I breathed in the island with my heart, I didn't yet know you. One unfamiliar melody swayed atop the waves. I never knew it was you. Carried by the moonlight, a tune would drift from somewhere far. It lingered near my ear, then gently settled into my heart. It was your song, all alone, from some distant island beyond mine. You too, like me, were singing to the sea. The waves understood our hearts,
carry. You never send me a signal, but your song has always crossed the sea. That's why it came deeper, why it stayed longer in me. So may this song too reach you wherever you are. I keep singing from this island facing the sea. My voice won't lose its way. The wind will carry every note. Your island and mine, between them flows a single song. Though we're far across the sea, you feel close, because this gentle song is what binds us. Do you remember the whispers of that night? The moon and stars held hands, trailing our shadows, white waves dancing in their wake. Music soaked into the Caribbean night, like yellow ink spilling on velvet. We borrow the language of waves, brushing the sand with our toes, singing the sea's own song. Dance right now in this moment. The waves wrap around your waist. Even the stars fall into rhythm. This night won't end too soon. Our souls dance to the rhythm of the Caribbean. Moonlight rains through the palms, the Milky Way glides across the sea. This isn't just movement, it's a spell that stirs memories we summoned that night back to life. We move like the sea itself. Dance was how we spoke. Between stillness and celebration, we crossed into something deeper. That's who we were. Even now I keep dancing to the pulse of moonlight and waves. This endless night, this dance echo in our heartbeat. I call it again and again. The Caribbean waves still dance. The pulse of our hearts. The echo of a moment never lost. Wherever you are, if you hear this rhythm, know this, I'm calling you. That's why I still dance. of the Mediterranean. The words we shared by day still stir the waves within my heart tonight. Narrow alley scents of spice, 2 glasses of wine, soft laughter like ice cream melting in sunlight. The look in your moonlit eyes slowly melted into me. The moon remembers everything, your eyes and the trembling tips of my fingers. The sea at night embraces us like a whisper, urging us to promise tomorrow once more. Sitting on stone steps, I still wait for you, hoping the sea connects to that distant port you once spoke of. And so I sing just like this. The Mediterranean night cannot hide its longing. The moon always reminds me of you. Wherever you are, the sea will someday bring the 2 of us together again. The moon carries it all as it flows, the place you stay and the spot where I sit now for the day we'll meet again. I sing tonight just like always. The moon rises over the Mediterranean and it looks just like you. The light of day we once shared, the quiet breath of this night. I place them in a song and set it adrift upon the moonlit sea, hoping they reach you, hoping this heartfelt song can gently find its way into your heart.
In the deep of night, when I close my eyes, I hear whispers beyond the waves. The story of a seaborn nymph swaying beneath the moonlight, singing to soothe her sorrow.
A white seashell tells her tale, a hand that combed long glistening hair, eyes always longing toward distant harbors, wet with unshed love she still lives on.
Can you hear it? a tale the sea holds close to its heart. A mermaid's dream when voiceless she danced. A heart that never reached the shore, still drifting alone deep beneath the waves. We must remember the moment the sea first breathed. The beings who lived there were dreaming our dreams before we ever could. That's why we must never forget.
Still I hear that song between waves beneath starlight, though swept away like foam. It lingers in our hearts, a myth of love whispered by the sea. Yes, we believe that final line they left behind. When we close our eyes and listen, a delicate wistful melody spreads across the sea. All those who once loved return to us as waves. That's how we believe.
Have crossed countless waves. Sorrow and joy brushed past me. Now the sea no longer takes me. It simply remains as it is. Even the waves within me are now calm. A heart no longer waiting for answers, hands letting go of memories. I am grateful for the silence. The final wave is coming, a wave that asks nothing, a wave that takes nothing. It simply stays with me quietly, then disappears. Now I begin my voyage, no shore to return to, no trace left behind, all swallowed by the waves. With a single star held to my heart, I sail toward where the Milky Way meets the horizon. This is not the end. It may be the first stillness for someone. I ask no one for permission. This voyage is mine alone. With every sting I carry, I go. Yes, now I understand the waves, the voyage, even the silence. They were all love upon this sea. In the endless darkness I call my name and sing for the last time. The sea remains in its place, as if it knows everything about me, as if it has understood every word. One wave touches my feet, then gently withdraws, and I take a step forward for my final voyage, where I am heading. There is nothing but that place was the sea I dreamed of, the sea I once sang of.
Words written on sand soon vanish. Secrets hide in the shell of a clam. The sea never speaks of what it hears. Confessions washed ashore thousands of times, all swallowed, buried deep within. Floats a single buoy, a marker for someone long gone, but the sea does not even whisper their name. Memories blend with the waves and sink you to the bottom of time. The sea swallows memory, it never speaks carelessly. Who left, who wept, who loved, who forgot. The sea only sends waves and keeps its place. The wind brushes past once and moves on. The sea offers no reply, as it always has. It embraces everything with silence and swallows another story whole. The sea carries no heaviness, even with memory held inside. It knows everything, yet chooses silence. That is the way of the sea. Don't believe the memories are gone. The sea has not erased them, it has hidden them. The moments you and I forgot. Even now the sea cradles them like a lullaby. One day when all winds fall still, when every wave comes to rest, then the sea will slowly unfold those memories. But for now, as if nothing ever happened, the waves quietly brush the shore.
My footprints quietly left on the sand are silently erased by the waves. When I look back, nothing remains, but in that moment fiercely. I tried to call your name just once more, but the wind swallowed it first. The waves, instead of answering, gently pushed me away, as if to say, turn around, yes, it's time to let go. I won't hold on to a name washed away. The days I left and cried inside that name, I cast them all into the sea. Now I turn toward tomorrow. Look, the seagulls rise, as always, free in the wind. Beneath them, at last, I lift my feet and walk, carving a new path. The sun trembling begins to rise. Our story has ended. It was a beautiful time, but love that won't return. I let go without regret. Thank you. Yes, the love I once held, I gave it all to the sea. My heart no longer wavers past the name that's been erased. I walk forward to my own path. Farewell that name, goodbye my once piercing sorrow. Like the waves breaking beneath my feet, all the shadows of love scatter away, and I turn and walk. Seagulls fly, the sun of today rises. Now I walk on, calling my own name. I open my arms and take off, passing through the breath of waves and the quiet shadows of islands. The sky is wide, the world is deep, and my heart a bird made of longing. I greet the drifting clouds, I listen to the silent sea turtles riding the spray of a blue whale song. I soar high above the ocean size into a sky no map could ever mark. Beyond the endless horizon, there lies a place I've never seen. The stars are closer there, and every wave carries a name I've yet to know. That's where I go, where I must go. Even the deep sea fish look up, watching me cross their dark stillness. I leave no mark, no sound, but the rhythm of my wings sends ripples across time. shed what I no longer need and gain a new name in the wind. There I will sing a freedom no one else has touched, of a melody told by the wind, the tide, the stars. That place is the one I was always headed for, the place I always dreamed of. Where distant starlight meets a dream is conceived, the sound of the first wave in silent depths, breaking through the darkness of the beginning. A dazzling blue light rises, a thirsty soul dreamed of that sea. At the end of longing, it seeped into the first wave. The wind holds its breath as if time stands still. The wave of my soul calls out to me beneath the blazing sun. The sea within me awakens, smaller than sand, but its blue is faster than the sky. I throw myself into that blue. Oh, blue sea, my origin, swallow me, cleanse me. Oh, blue sea, burning soul, thus in thirst I have lived again. The wind soaked in silence, my song became a wave. Beyond the horizon toward another me, I surrender myself to where the sea leads. Endless breath, unreachable depth, I become a wave toward that place. The sea of the beginning calls to me. It leads me by the name of that origin. Oh, blue sea, my origin, swallow me, cleanse me. Oh, blue sea, burning soul, into your abyss I fall. I become the sea with my whole body. In the name of the first wave, in the blue and wistful thirst. At last I am born again. With my whole body I am born again. I scatter dreams down every alley, past dawns filled with the scent of coffee, and life slowly drifted away. At some point I had forgotten that the sea had been waiting for me all along. Memories came rushing in like waves.
It stood vast and unwavering, the sea that embraced everything had always been watching over me. At the end of a weary day, I closed the door and quietly opened a window. Under the distant, darkened sky, the shimmering waves beneath moonlight. That movement, it was my art, and only then did I understand. Perhaps the sea remembers even the tears of vanished lives and the first cries of newborn souls. It simply doesn't speak of them because deep love is often silent. Now I finally understand that the sea had always been near, in alleys drenched with rain, at windows frosted by snow, in every hidden corner of my life. I had carried the sea within my chest. There was the sea where I first cry, where I will smile for the last time. Not anyone else, but I myself will offer the comfort I need through the sea that stays without a word. Now I walk back into life, to the place I once came from, to the place I'll someday return to, that place in my heart, because it is the sea. There is the sea. The stars that watched over the night faded and light began to spread beyond the horizon. Overwhelmed by the scene, I closed my eyes and gently placed my hand on your shoulder. A ripple stirred within my heart. The dew-wet air felt soft, our breaths quietly overlapped. The sun began to show its face. I squinted into the light and offered a prayer for the day beyond your shoulder. Oh, sunrise, shine upon our hope, embrace our small vow beneath this sky. The brilliant light falling on your shoulder, let me forever play that light, erasing the tiny bird tracks left on the sand. The sound of waves drew closer. I will walk through today again with you, with this hopeful light, shoulder to shoulder. With the fingertips that brushed your shoulder, I carved a promise promise of the new day. Between you and me in that space, the light sang deeper, brighter. Oh, sunrise, shine upon our hope. Embrace our small vow beneath this sky. The brilliant light falling on your shoulder. Let me forever play that light. And we walk toward the world on a path of light stretching to the horizon. The hand resting on your shoulder will open another day. We'll play another day. The sun tried to swallow me whole. No refuge in the still burning noon. Beneath that sun my shadow trembled as if set aflame. Sunlight carved into my skin, wind hotter than any flame. In the midst of it I stood swaying between sea and sky in searing silence. Oh, sun, burn me hotter, strip away my shell, bring me down. Oh, sun, shine on me stronger within your firelight. I will be born again. My inner fear melts away. Footprints remain upon the sand. With burning thirst I will walk toward the endless horizon. Beyond the blinding edge, I see a crack in the silence. I seep into the flame. The fire of my soul becomes one with the sun. Oh, sun, burn me hotter, strip away my shell, bring me down. Sun, swallow me
face bathed in light, that smile warmer than the sun. Your silent gaze upon me felt like it lingered in eternity. And all the noise of the world just faded away. The road behind was rough and long, but you were always there with unwavering eyes, the one who watched over me. And quietly the sunset rested on your shoulder, your face bathed in sunset. I gazed at it for a long, long while, wishing this beauty would not simply pass me by, but bloom forever in the quiet corners of my heart. Now night will fall and the sea will sink into a deep and quiet dark. Then maybe we'll sail to the sea of stars we once planted, rowing through the waves of starlight. The days I spent with you tinted me like a crimson sunset. I was drenched in that light, whispering softly into your ear. Thank you for walking this road with me. Your face bathed in sunset. At the end of today, I looked again and wished this moment would someday become a star, lighting up some future night. Wished it would shine like Venus, fervently, quietly. I wished the day fades away and the sunset melts into the dark. But the clear light in your eyes already carries the seed of another tomorrow. What more needs to be said? Simply that your very being is something I'm grateful for. Simply that I love you. That I love you. The waves we thought asleep rise with terrifying force. Lightning tears through the sea's heart like water twists in madness, and the night sea turns wild, wild. The ships with snapped ropes crash into each other with piercing screams, and seagulls caught in the whirlwind barely stretch their wings and rise again. So it is, oh sea, life does not give up. Even in the storm there is one thing that protects me. Your name, your memory, your very being, your unwavering This raging sea is not the end, but another beginning. That belief was enough. We humans live like this, crashing into waves, breaking apart, and still we rise again, even in fragments. I sing that truth tonight. Even as everything crumbles in this night, I believe in you. Your name is my North Star. Your memory, the weight of my sail. Even if the waves try to drown me, I will endure, because I see you. Tonight the sea roars. The world must hold its breath in fear. But I embrace the storm and the swell, learning how to cross the dark slowly. And at the end of it, there you are, beautiful and strong. There you are.
You're still within your dream. From the edge of the world last night, the time we endured together, I feel it now in your breathing, silent yet burning. Leaning against the dim window, I gaze at the traces left by shattered waves, moist alleys in the harbor, whisper the memory of the storm, and over all those remnants, morning begins to seep in. Yes, we endured together. Gave something deeper than the word love. Two hearts meeting in silence, protected each other without words. And I'll never forget that. Yes, this very moment is why I can believe your side, and this morning speaks your name again. wish to stay a while longer in this harbor of stillness within your arms. That was my whole world.
Like a sparrow, I chatter through the morning light. You simply raise the corner of your lips, nodding softly in the sunlight. Today the sea resembles us. It smiles without a sound, flowing gently. A girl passes by on a bicycle, her steps towards school are light. A cat sits by the roadside, eyes closed as if in sleep. Two sparrows on a tree branch preen and whisper their love. Everything in this morning spreads like your smile. Gentle waves, a warm breeze, this moment walking with you may not last forever, but it feels like eternity, and it brings tears to my eyes. Footprints remain on the sand, only to be soon erased by the tide. But the time we walk together will be quietly etched somewhere. If we can smile again tomorrow, like today, I'd ask for nothing more. Love isn't in grand declarations, but in quiet moments like this. The sea was telling us that tiny pieces of time, like grains of sand, come together to form one wave. Even if today is all we ever have, this moment shines bright enough, walking this shore with you. I am in love with every second. You are the reason for all my mornings. The sunlight spreads dazzlingly and the world begins to wane. But in this fleeting calm I feel the breath of eternity. Without a word of love, we are the lovers of the sea. I build a castle, you plant a flag, the waves might crash it down. So what, we'll just build again. Your laughter breaks like the surf in my hand, finds yours and holds on tight. We splash each other in the sea, shake off the dripping hair, and lie side by side on the sand. You cover my eyes, laughing, the sky is blue, the world is quiet, right now, right here, only you and me. I'll remember this moment, the sunlight, the sea and you. The breeze on my skin feels like your breath. Your smile lights up my day.
Right now, right here is our own little universe. The sea keeps whispering, hold this moment close. I hold you, you gaze at me. Under the sunlight on this sand, we walk through a never-ending story. A time that exists nowhere else. This summer, this sea, this laughter, just being together makes everything perfect. Today becomes our song, spreading like the endless waves. With braided hair, I wrote in the sand with my fingertip. I wanna go farther. Each time the waves washed it away, I wrote it again. Someday I dreamed I would climb to the top of that lighthouse and see the edge of the sea. Like in the movies, I imagined dancing at night with a charming stranger from a distant land. He would whisper, I've been waiting for you, in the language I didn't yet understand. And I would whisper back to the lighthouse, hoping my tiny heart might cross the sea one day. Back then I didn't know, but now I do, that beyond the sea are people who dream just like me. Longing isn't something far away, but a wave within me that quietly stirs. Now I know love, I know pain, and I've gently dismantled the sea inside me. But still, when I think of that lighthouse, a quiet shimmer flickers in my chest. I wonder if someone across that sea is listening to this song of mine. The person I once imagined, do they now imagine me waiting with longing as I once did? Why was I, as a child, so desperate to go far? Now I understand the child I was has faded, but the longing she carried has led me here. The sea remains vast and the lighthouse still stands, at least in memory. I grew up with that lighthouse in my eyes, asking questions to the faraway sea. That girl is gone, but the heart that whispered to the lighthouse still lives in me. Yes, tomorrow let's go see the lighthouse, to the place where the child once dreamed. Let's go to the lighthouse.
Yesterday I visited the lighthouse. You must remember the place I always longed to see. It seems so far from me, but when I finally reached it, it was still and quiet. I realized then that the distances in our hearts are often farther than any sea.
Waves, will you carry my words? The clumsy dreams I once held, the seasons I've passed through, and the confessions I now whisper. There are things I long to quietly entrust to you.
Even if the sea never replies, it has always received. Though I felt alone, I was never truly alone.
Each time I looked upon you, I understood. Perhaps I too
Could become such a sea for someone. One day if someone happens upon this letter, I hope they might speak to their own waves too. May a single line of song become a small light in someone's quiet night.
Right now I'm writing a letter that may never reach anyone. But this feeling, it's not for being heard, but for being alive. And so I let it go into the wind.
Because of you I was able to write like the sea. Your silence held space for my voice. My inner sounds became song. So again today I send this heart drifting on the waves. Please let it reach someone's distant shore. Let it carry on this breeze, spread like a song. And if you were that sea, thank you more than words can say. You said that day the corydalus has bloomed so beautifully as it grew between the stone walls' cracks. It reminded you of the time you clung to your mother's back, wide-eyed with wonder. You also said clouds never speak, but they always change. In those words I sensed your tender nature, that everything passes, everything changes, and you quietly became the world to me. Though many seasons have passed, now I finally understand. The wind was always glancing back at me. The clouds were gently breaking me apart. And in that moment I wanted to come find you. Only now I know that was my first love. You were like the mirror of my heart. When I was sure of your feelings, you just watched the rain fall in silence. Words I hesitated to say, you quietly listened to them all. And I kept watching you in the passing time. Now I feel I understand what you meant. Back then I didn't realize, but now I know. As I walked with the wind, that moment soaked in rain became your piece of first love, perhaps. Maybe you never saw it, but maybe you kept listening. There's still something left in the air, like a guest I revisit that day. Even now in this rain, I sometimes hear your voice again. The rain falls with such precision today, as if someone is quietly conducting. I follow the stream sliding down the glass, and suddenly I think of your back, someone I should have forgotten, but the rain gently brings back longing. At the veranda door, I watch a flower pot sway in the breeze. Water gathers, then drops to the floor. And I remember the day you came. It rained then too. This season's rain always brings that memory. This rhapsody on a rainy day forms a perfect ensemble without you. I walk through it following the melody you left behind. Everything I see feels like it carries your presence, and I can't lift my head. Raindrops slide slowly down the window. They flow like the tone of your voice, soft, low, warm. But you slowly drifted away. Your words still echo inside me. They repeat again and again, even when I'm not trying to remember. I know now that you're no longer here. It's not that I forgot or overcame it. Time simply passed. I recall the sound of footsteps on stairs. Your habitual motion unlocking the door. I piece them together like a puzzle. If this is what longing is, then yes, I still long for you. I walk this street without an umbrella, even without you. Rain streams down my shoulders, soaking my pants, but I don't turn back. Somewhere at the end of this road, you might be waving, saying, "Here I am." And I still see that vision shimmer. The rain thins out, but my heart grows heavier. Even though I know you're no longer here, this rhapsody isn't over. If you ask me why,
It's because I'm still alive in the place you left behind, still singing the song of longing.
No one promised to come today, yet I went to that place again, carefully sitting on the wet bench, waiting for you just in case. People pass by one after another, walking beneath their umbrellas, each at their own pace. I wasn't part of that flow, just gazing at the rain from afar, letting the day quietly slip away. Yes, no one came, no one said they would, but I couldn't leave that place, still holding a faint hope I couldn't quite fold away. Evening light seeped into the soaked road, and when even the waiting turned still, I began to question myself, why I was even there, unable to answer my own presence. At some point, waiting became a habit, not a purpose, and the rain no longer brought comfort, yet still I remained in that place. Yes, no one came, but I will remember that moment, that rainy day, the quietest hour in the world, the space where I was utterly alone, and I, unable to walk away, stayed there like the rain, leaving no words, no memory, only folding a day where no one came deep into my heart. And I, unable to walk away, stayed there like the rain, leaving no words, no memory, only folding a day where no one came deep into my heart. Your shadow that never reached me scatters in a shallow
to the wind. Along the final rain path I walk, letting you go, heading toward myself with quiet, steady steps. I won't falter anymore. Even in the rain, I no longer open an umbrella. I no longer call your name with the strength of silence. I hold myself. Yes, I loved, and yes, I heard, but now I let you go, you to your own, and I to mine. On the path of final rain, I walk with a smile, rising again, overflowing time, because every end is a new beginning. Farewell, you're no longer in my heart. What remains is light for me. Now I walk no longer in the rain, but in the sun. When I look back, it always blurs. Your voice, your laughter, even the warmth in my fingertips now fade like fog. The things I wish to remember are always the first to fade. Your shadow, the sunlight of that season, drift farther away. And so the reason it all keeps blurring is because I'm still living this present. Forgetting hurts, but it belongs to those who go on. Holding on to what lingers within me, I take another step into the rain to stop myself from missing your fading light. Yes, compared to vivid memories, faint longing hurts less. Yes, compared to tears, silent stillness feels less lonely. So I simply watch you blur away, without holding on, without crying, letting you drift as you are. Looking back, you you blur again. But standing on that path, I become clearer through the haze. Toward the shining now, I move on. Looking back, you blur again. But standing on that path, I become clearer through the haze. Toward the shining now, I move on. Guitar is where we once sat. No hands to hold it now. Just silence, but in the silence I hear the song we used to sing together. Your laughter echoed with each chord, this drum rising without end, chasing high notes like dreams we believed they'd never fade. Now only the rain strums the strings, a solo born of longing. On days like this I still hum the melody that once belonged to us. No photos, no names remain, only a chair, a guitar, a rainy day. Yet in this still life I feel your breath between the notes. Maybe you've forgotten this song, maybe the guitar forgot your touch, but I remember each note still carries the ache of your goodbye. Rain doesn't pause for memories, still I sit here and play, not for the world but for the us that once was, and for the me who still remains. Someday someone might pick up this guitar, find it tuned to
trees get wet, the birdcage and power lines too. The distant mountains blur, I can hardly see them. And yet somehow, so vividly, I find myself thinking of you.
The rain keeps knocking at my door, and I keep opening it again and again, as if what if you still can't forget me? And suddenly burst through that door, even though I know you won't. My heart remains filled with thoughts of you.
Just like then, with no umbrella, running one ahead, one behind. The one who reached the cafe first waved and smiled, and sitting across the table, you brushed back my hair. That smile still lingers in the rain.
The raindrops sliding down the glass sound just like your voice. I'm sorry I'm late, those few words still echo in my ears.
The way
Though I know you're no longer here, rainy days still draw me into imagining your footsteps. It's no longer just longing, it's a pain worn into habit.
Like before, I open door and peek out looking for you. Even an empty alley feels like you've just passed by. That feeling turns into rain and falls outside my window.
Raindrops falling differently outside the window.
Again today, out of habit, I open the door.
I wonder, soaking in the rain, wondering, still missing you.
The cold and different rain drenches me head to toe.
Still, you are no longer there. No longer.
I followed that raindrop and reached a memory that had stopped. When was it? The first time our eyes met, that smile erased every sound in the world. Leaning by the window, I pulled out that old feeling, one farewell left unsaid. One touch I couldn't hold, all of it soaks into this quiet afternoon. In a single raindrop, longing gathers, and with a gentle tremble, it wets my heart. The times you were with me sparkle inside that droplet. I hold my breath, trying to touch that drop with my fingertip. But the moment I reach, you disappear.
And once again I'm standing alone before an empty window. Now I know memories are not to be held, but to be let go just once more, to peer inside them gently. In a single raindrop, your name arises. The warmth of that day, the air we breathe, even the hesitation, all of it falls back to me again. So today I won't close the window while the rain keeps falling. So even just one more memory can quietly stay a little longer, so I can bear the fallen you and not resent the vanishing you. The trace of your warmth, I let it go until this rain stops. The laughter we left on the road we walked, I let it go until this rain stops. A small photo held in my hand, I breathe on it and let it fly. Even the warmth in your gaze, may it be washed away. Right now I'm letting go the countless hours that held you in my arms. Until this rain stops, I will send it all away. Even the last hope that lingered in my eyes, I gently erase it. Because if not now, I may never be able to. Only until this rain ends. Yes, now even your name, even your voice, I must no longer call. When this rain ends, I will end it too. Now I am dissolving like tiny raindrops, drifting away from you. Until this rain stops, I let my heart flow. So please, rain, fall just a little longer, just a little, so I can forget you completely, so I can let everything go.
reason at all. It was just the rain falling, but through the window, the day we sat across from each other came into focus, soaked in memory. We walked on the wet street without an umbrella, laughing. You said you'd be fine as long as we were together. I never knew that those words would stay in me for so long. The rain falls and your memory still drenches me. Though time has passed, the rain falling through my heart has never stopped. That one warm sentence you left me keeps flowing inside me. Memories I thought I'd forgotten come back with each raindrop. Suddenly I wanted to hold you, but now I'm in this empty room alone, embracing only the memory. How deeply I loved you, I never said it back then. Even now, if I say it out loud, will everything begin again? So carefully, I only bring out the longing. The rain keeps falling, and I see you smiling in it. The hand I couldn't hold, the words that trembled on your fingertips still fall right into the center of my heart. So today, I hope the rain doesn't stop, because if it does, you might scatter. Even the traces of you that spread through me might wash away. So just like this, I wanted to keep falling.
It was a rainy school day, riding my bike around the corner. I saw your eyes through that yellow coat, drawn into them, lost in that gaze. I crashed before I knew it. My nose stung, my knees were scraped. I touched my face and felt blood trickling. She rushed over, her eyes wide and trembling, pale and soaked in worry. With her white hand, she offered me a pink handkerchief. I said nothing, just brushed her off and ran. I just wanted to escape that moment, but even now, in the sound of rain, her flustered eyes come back to me. I never said a word, never even knew her name, but her yellow coat, her pale hand, a pink handkerchief, they became the colors of my first love. that season when names meant nothing has passed. My panic, her surprise, the pink handkerchief, all those moments made me who I am now. I'm still standing in that day, that awkward boy who ran away, never truly left, his heart stayed behind. Even now, when I walk in the rain, I fall again into those eyes. I wonder, in what kind of rain are you walking? I spoke of you among my friends as if you were a joke, but inside my heart moved differently. Without seeing you again, I felt I couldn't begin anything anew. Eventually I found where you lived. Dragging my little bicycle, I wandered by your wall. Just one window, a single frame without light, and I stared at it endlessly. There was a letter in my hand, but my words only murmured inside. Somewhere between I'm sorry and thank you, they never made it out. And the drizzle, always quicker than speech, had already begun to fall. That day I turned back, left without saying a word. The letter crumpled, still breathed in my pocket, and I, without even a sentence, sank deeper into the folds of memory. Sometimes the moment we come closest to someone is the moment we cannot take a single step forward. I stood still and the rain kept flowing. Even now when I listen to the rain, I hear the hush of that day. Before any comforting words could be spoken, there were the rain and your window. It held nothing, yet I came home carrying everything. Since that day I no longer write letters, because in truth they were always written to myself. The words I never spoke have lasted longer than any page, seeping gently into the quiet crevices of my life, like drizzling rain.
It was raining that day too, without a word. You walked away without even an umbrella. I thought you'd turn around, but you never did. And in that quiet back of yours, I couldn't say a thing.
Rain follows softly, covering your steps, leaving the street empty as if nothing had passed. I stood there alone, watching your trail dissolve, carving the memory deep into my heart.
Footsteps that never returned, I still wait for them. Only the prints were forgotten, yet my heart refuses to move on. The rain falls again, others walk the same road, but no one stayed in me
Like you did that day.
Though seasons change, I still walk that path. When it rains like that again, I stop right where we parted, in the familiar rain sound. I hope your breath might brush by, so I quietly close my eyes and follow the memory.
Though you left that day, a part of me stayed behind. In letting you go, I must have wandered off too. Now your vanished footprints start to look like mine. Time I thought I forgot is still soaked in rain flowing on. Now I know I wasn't just waiting for you. Rain may wash memories away, but I'm still standing on that road, even without a trail. I'm walking with the rain soaked heart. I walk toward myself.
Hidden in the sound of rain, I thought I heard your voice. Your last goodbye said with a smile, echoed in my ears, blended with the rain. The raindrops sliding down my window didn't say a word, but that day I knew you were crying. I still remember you. I wish this rain would never stop, ooh, so that thinking of you would feel a little less shameful. On the street where you left, it feels like your footprints remain. I walked in their trace and ended up right where I started. The words I never told anyone still live inside me. Even in the most ordinary days, you keep growing inside my heart. I'm still waiting for you. And when it rains, the moment you left becomes vivid again. Yesterday, I hope the rain doesn't stop, so that you can stay a little longer inside me, so that you can stay a little closer by my side. I saw you from afar, your umbrella half closed, smiling beside someone. That scene was far too vivid. Right there I turned away, afraid you'd notice me. My heart lowered its gaze before my eyes could. My steps moved toward you, but I couldn't take the final one. I wanted to see you, but feared even more to see in your eyes the reflection of my small crumpled heart. In that moment, I felt as though I wasn't alive. Even breathing sounded too loud. In the place where time stood still, I stood alone. You didn't know, but I was there. My lips trembled, but no words escaped. Yes, I know it was cowardice, but that too was part of my truth. To stand before you, I had drifted too far. Even my courage was already soaked and fading.
you in a different way. Even if clumsily we're shaking hands, would I reach for you and call your name at last? Though I still might not bear to face you, this time I won't turn away. Even if it hurts, I want you to see that pain in me. Though I turned my back on you, my heart kept walking beside yours. Used rain as an excuse to hide the tears of that day. Even now I stand in a landscape without you, unable to pass the place where you once stood.
Down an alley with no street light, only the moon lights the way. On wet asphalt, your shadow's trace softly blurs.
At my feet, puddles ripple, holding echoes of old conversations. A faint voice resurfaces through the moonlit silence. I'm walking that road again, alone in the hush of night. The moon says nothing, yet it seems to remember you. Before my heart could call, the road had already summoned your name. My hands hold nothing, yet they feel unbearably heavy. As if your final steps still linger on this road. You probably never knew. Since that night, I've walked this road, night after night, silently following the moonlight. I'm still on this path, even if I claim to forget. What returns beneath the moonlight is the version of me who waited for you that night. Yes, I know you won't be at the end of this road, but just for tonight, let me walk with the moon. Your memory lives on this wet and silent path.
You left the cafe without saying a word, and I watched your back until the door closed, and I just nodded silently.
finished the last sip from my empty cup and stepped into the rain with no umbrella, closing my eyes as I walked, because no one would know if I cried. Is it rain or are they tears? This flow I can't even tell anymore. From the moment I let you go, my heart's been soaking. Maybe I've without saying a word, and I watched your back until the door closed. Then I just nodded silently. I finished the last sip from my empty cup and stepped into the rain with no umbrella, closing my eyes as I walked, because no one would know if I cried. Is it rain or are they tears? This flow I can't even tell anymore. From the moment I let you go, my heart's been soaking. Maybe I've been crying all alone. I turned a corner, but the street was empty. Only the faint glow of the street lamp followed my footsteps, as both my heart and my coat hung heavy with water. I couldn't say everything I meant to. Partings always arrive too quietly. Only the eyes can weep them out. Is it rain or are they tears? Maybe the sky is crying for me. At the end of this lonely street, I am still flowing toward you tonight. I hope the rain doesn't stop, so no one knows that I've been crying, so I can hold on to the place you left just a little longer. The rain has stopped, even the humid air that once called your name is gone. The leaves outside the window whisper gently that it's okay now. Into the emptied space of my heart, sunlight pours in. A scenery without you can be this quiet. Now I know this silence is peace
just like that.
Yes, you were part of me. Now you become a memory. No more trying, no more holding. I walk on. Now, with a light heart and a trace of longing, I greet a new day. The rain has stopped, and now it's my season. Yes, now I understand. The rain has stopped. You and I walk our separate ways. What remains is a heart washed clean and a new story beginning again.
Yesterday it rained through the long night. You and I stood somewhere in the rain. But this morn, sunlight taps on the window, and I open my eyes with a smile. Even on the wet road, a small light sparkles. A single bird song restarts the world. This quiet peace, how grateful it feels. I understand now. Like the morning light after rain, brightness spreads across my heart. What I lost becomes light, and what's left of me blooms again like the first time that a day without you could feel this warm. Our love has ended, but its light remains gently illuminating within me. What you left behind wasn't only pain. Time turned our love into sunlight. Like the morning light after rain, a new season enters my heart. The past is no longer a shadow, but the flower that bloomed behind it. Yes, now I walk another day, following a ray of light. The rain has passed, you have passed, and what remains lives on like the sunlight.
again someday, softly like that day. I might whisper your name just once in my heart. The cafe window we sat by, time flowing in silence. Those moments, I still remember them. Perhaps like that day, I'll walk with an umbrella alone, holding no hand, just wandering in the rain. The soaked alleyways, the shimmering city lights, everything glides by like scenes from that day. If it rains like that day again, I will not be shaken. I won't blame you nor hate myself. Just a gentle emotion blended into the rain. I'll release it and walk on quietly. The memories have faded, but my heart remains whole compared to who I was back then. I've become more like myself. Even if I were to meet you again, I believe I could smile. Yes, the rain may return, but that version of me won't. Yet the one who held that day still lives here now. If it rains like that day again, I will simply walk on like the quiet light falling on my soaked shoulders. The days I held you, the days I let you go, all of them were a part of me. And even after the rain ends, I won't resent that day, because it gave me the me I am today. If it rains like that day again, I'll move forward gently toward tomorrow. Lately you've been acting strange, the way you talk, the way you look at me. It feels like you're somewhere else with someone else, not with me. I tried to ignore the thought, but it lingers. You smiled and said, I've just been busy, really. Of all things, I chose to believe that lie. But doubts kept growing inside me, and in the end they all turned out to be true. Oh, why did it have to be? Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one.
have to be. Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one. Why her of all people? The one who knows me better than anyone in this world. Even if you reach for me, even if she cries, this is a story that can't be undone. I know now there's no turning back. I know now we are far beyond return. Why her of all people? She was my closest friend, my dearest one. Why her of all people? The one who knows me better than anyone in this world. My only, on this rainy night, why does everything blur, everything fades, washed away like falling raindrops? I want to erase it all, scratch it all away, but still why her? Why her? Why? Since that day, I've been wandering, roaming the streets with nowhere to go. Under the neon glow of a chaotic night, my reflection in the glass feels like a stranger. Drunken words spilled out, reckless actions, blurting out meaningless things without control. Trying to escape a past that won't disappear. I wish to vanish like a wisp of smoke. Since then, I've been lost, tripping over memories, drowning in regrets. Since then, my days have been chaos, trapped in a world I cannot escape. On rainy nights, I sat in the dark, watching raindrops trace lines on the window. Closing my eyes, I whisper to myself, are you crying too? Is the world truly this sad? I shut everyone out, pushed people away, but the fault wasn't in the world, it wasn't me. Mama and Papa had done nothing wrong, no one around me was to blame, yet I was nothing. Locking myself in a prison of my own making. Yes, since then I've been lost, tripping over memories, drowning in regrets. My life became nothing but confusion, sinking into a pit I couldn't climb out of. But maybe, just maybe, it's finally time to stop. Maybe, just maybe, it's time to put an end to this childish rebellion. I know, yet somehow the tears keep falling. Since then, I've wandered, I've stumbled, I've fallen. Since then, my days have been chaos, but maybe, just maybe, it's time to let the light in just a little.
against the bus window, I watch the slow-moving scenery outside. People walking in their own rhythms, each chasing their own destinations. A child sits beside her grandmother, pointing outside. Look, a bird is flying. Even in that tiny hand's gesture, the world feels new. Is that how we grow, little by little? The streets flow past, faces come and go. The bus moves from station to station, and I sit here, gazing out, thinking of the days behind and the days ahead. Leaning against the bus window, we are all traveling the same road, yet each with a different story, a different journey, heading somewhere beyond that window. Leaning against the bus window, I pass through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet deep inside some things remain unshaken. A sleeping child rests in a mother's arms. A tired woman clutches bags full of groceries. A young man holding his resume, lost in thought. A girl with braided hair hums along to her music. Where are they all going? Once the bus stops, we will all scatter into our own paths. I glance at my reflection in the window and chuckle softly. After all, I am just one of them. The streets flow past, faces come and go. The bus moves from station to station, and I sit here gazing out, thinking of the days behind and the days ahead. Leaning against the bus window, we are all traveling the same road, yet each with a different story, a different journey, heading somewhere beyond that window. Lean against the bus window, I pause through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet deep inside some things remain unshaken. The bus stops, then moves again. We are all heading somewhere, yet in this small space, in this fleeting moment, we all share the same journey. Leaning against the bus window, one by one, people leave, others take their place. Like time itself, like all of us, slowly flowing forward, never stopping. Leaning against the bus window, I pass through yesterday, through today, moving toward tomorrow. My heart shifts like the changing sky, yet somehow I too am becoming part of it. The city lights flicker on, the bus slows, and I step off at an unfamiliar stop. But where am I? Where am I? Where am I? I am grateful for today's morning, for the warm sunlight knocking on my window. Familiar streets, familiar faces, exchanging greetings. That's how my day began, just like that. I am thankful for being able to walk today, for feeling the changing season in the passing breeze, for placing a cup of coffee down and taking a slow breath. Because in the end I made it through another day. Sometimes everything feels overwhelming. Sometimes it seems like nothing ever changes. But when I quietly look back on the day, I realize these small moments still remain with me. Today I could love, and for that I am happy. A simple smile, a warm word, all of it filled my day so completely. Today I could keep moving forward,
precious memories made today. A song playing by chance, wrapping around my heart so gently. Leaning against the window, watching the sunset. It softly colors the past and promises a new tomorrow. I am thankful before I fall asleep. Even if today was hard, I endured. Small comforts, moments that held me up are now embracing me in this quiet night. I don't know what tomorrow will bring, but today I have lived, and that is enough. Closing my eyes, I whisper, today you did well, you truly lived well. Yes, today I could love, and for that I am happy. A simple smile, a warm word, all of it filled my day so completely. Yes, today I could keep moving forward, and for that I am grateful. Even within endless worries, I am still growing little by little. Now it is time to close my eyes. Today I was truly happy.
At the street corner, blowing on my hands. People passing by, raising their coat collars. The air is still cold, but somewhere the sound of tiny sprouts stirring can be heard. As sunlight touches my skin, I close my eyes, recalling the seasons that have passed, the winter behind me. Even in the cold days, beneath the frozen ground, spring was always waiting right beside us. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. The wind stirs the hearts that seemed forgotten, gently waking them once again. From afar, the laughter of children echoes. Chatter spreads through the narrow alleys after school. The greetings of the season are still clumsy, but step by step, spring draws closer. Before I know it, I'm sitting on a bench, a sip of coffee, warmth melting into me. The passing breeze whispers softly to my ears, waiting is just another beginning. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. The wind stirs the hearts that seemed forgotten, gently waking them once again. A distant tune once more within my heart. An afternoon, the wind passes by. Some leave, some return. Like the wind, we drift away with time. Yet spring, like the wind, always finds its way back. And I quietly close my eyes, feeling the wind that brings spring, and awaiting the new days ahead.
That day I took my very first breath, breaking through the darkness to follow the light. As I let out my first cry in the cold air, the world was filled with peace and joy. My mother's touch, a trembling voice, my baby, my love. Of course I don't remember the warmth of that day, but somewhere deep inside it lingers still. My aunt told me on the day I was born, my father wept, looking back and forth between me and my mom, as he gently unfolded my tiny fingers. It felt like holding the most precious treasure in the world. The day I was born, the world welcomed me. A warm breath, a mother's gentle arms, a tiny heartbeat, a quiet first cry. Yes, I was born, wrapped in love from the very start. They say it was spring, the sunlight was soft, the petals danced as I opened my eyes. Some said a daughter, how wonderful. Some whispered, she'll shine like a star someday. Holding me close, my mother whispered, you are a miracle, a long-awaited blessing. I couldn't understand her words then, but maybe somehow I already knew. My aunt told me on the day I was born, my grandmother clasped her hands and prayed in silence. She held my tiny fingers so delicately and said, this child will one day bring warmth to the world. The day I was born, the world welcomed me. A warm breath, a mother's gentle arms, a tiny heartbeat, a quiet first cry. Yes, I was born knowing love. Even as time flows on, I will never forget the love that greeted me on my very first day. I am someone's daughter, someone's joy, and I am here simply for being me. The day I was born, the world embraced me. The wind, the sunlight, everything felt warm. On that moment, Back then, I was bigger than the world. The sky, the wind, and freedom all belonged to me. I ran barefoot through dirt roads and splashed through puddles without a care. My mother's embrace was the warmest place. My father's hands the strongest shelter. A lullaby under the moonlight, the most beautiful aurora of sound. Back then, everything moved so slowly, but now it all feels like a fleeting moment. When I hear children laughing in the distance, I find myself longing to return when I was a child. The world shimmered with wonder. There was no need for tomorrow, because I believed that moment would last forever. When I was a child, everything felt bigger and brighter, but as time moved forward, the world grew larger and I felt smaller. The grown-ups always told me, you'll understand when you grow up. But I kept wondering, what does it feel like to be an adult? Even with scraped knees I ran again, wishing upon stars late at night. Dreaming without fear or hesitation, where did that version of me go? If my younger self could ask me now, do you still dream? I would smile and answer sometimes, but always deep inside. When I was a child, the world was filled with magic at every step. Even with closed eyes, I still see it. A little part of me still running free inside. When I was a child, I believed I could be anything. Though life has changed, that child within still whispers my name. Is there still a part of me in that time, or is that time still inside of me? Is there still a part of me in that time, or is that time still inside of me? The first time I stepped into that little bookstore, the scent of fresh paper filled the quiet air. You stood there carefully arranging books, and in that moment my heart skipped a beat. Handing me a poetry book with a knowing smile, you looked at me just for a second, just long enough. I forgot to breathe, I forgot to blink, as if I could capture that moment forever. You gave me words from a world I'd never known, softly brushing the cover with your fingertips. That voice, that touch, everything about you etched itself deeply into my heart. Like a bookmark, I kept you between my pages, waiting for the day I'd finally open to you. But you were always standing in the same place, watching me pass by like a fleeting season. I loved alone, I longed alone, I waited alone, and I let go alone. If I closed this book,
handed me a cup of warm tea, and somehow my heart soaked it all in. In a quiet corner, lost in a book you chose for me, but I wasn't reading, I never really was. Instead I stole glances, tracing your silhouette, as if the lines of your face were written in the margins. In books, love always finds a way, so why couldn't I turn the final page? Your silent smile, your unread words, I had no choice but to leave them between the lines. Like a bookmark, I kept you between my pages, but now I'll leave this story untouched. One day if I walk by this place again, will you still be there, arranging books as always? I loved alone, I longed alone, I waited alone, and I let go alone. But false love will remain pressed between the pages, forever unread. Goodbye my first light, goodbye my silent farewell. I close my door, distancing myself from the world. Mom's nagging, dad's endless interference, even my friends' laughter, I didn't want to hear any of it. I just wanted to escape into my own quiet world. Plugging in my earphones, I turned on my favorite song. Korean pop filled the space around me, wrapping me in sound. The lyrics somehow they felt like they were about me. Maybe I wasn't the only one feeling this way. Why do I feel so suffocated? Why do I feel so alone? Everyone seems to be living the same way, but I keep wanting to rebel. If no one understands my heart, then maybe it's better to stay in my own world. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. The reflection in the mirror feels unfamiliar. Your yesterday's me and today's me, they don't look the same. No one ever told me how much I would change. I'm facing it all alone. My friends laugh and fit right in, effortlessly blending into the crowd. But maybe, just maybe, I feel safer being alone. Or am I just scared? Why do I feel so suffocated? Why do I feel so alone? Everyone seems to be living the same way, but I keep wanting to rebel. If no one understands my heart, then maybe it's better to stay in my own world. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. Sometimes I open the door just a little. The outside world is still the same, but inside I am changing. Someday I'll step out of this room, but for now, not yet, not now. I close my door because the world is just too loud. Inside my room I built my own universe. It's okay if no one understands me, because here I can finally find myself. I close my door, and yet inside my room I built my own universe. Maybe in this space I am fine.
Now I think I finally understand why children laugh and run so free, because they know nothing yet. Or maybe it's easier not to see why adults wear masks and hide their hearts, because the truth is too sharp and words can cut too deep. Through the window I stare outside and wonder why these pages feel so empty. Just because I learned doesn't mean I truly know. No one ever taught me what really matters in this world. Everything feels so predictable, same old story, same empty smiles. So then where do I really belong? Could this place ever feel like my world? Like a bloom in early spring, I tremble as the wind passes by. Before I could even take root, I was already swaying, unsure of where to stand. The world moves on as if nothing has changed, but I still don't know where I'm meant to go. Like a bloom in early spring, I was already lost in the wind. Teachers tell us what's right and wrong, but is it really the truth? Adults teach us how to live, but I don't want to follow their steps. Everyone walks the same path, repeating the same words, the same answers. But how can I be sure that this is the only way to go? Everything has already been decided. The path we walk, the roles we play. But where am I supposed to go? Should I just stop here and fade away? Like a bloom in early spring, I tremble as the wind passes by. Before I could even take root, I was already swaying, unsure of where to stand. The world moves on as if nothing has changed, but I still don't know where I'm meant to go. Like a bloom in early spring, I was already lost in the wind. Somewhere in the distance, I hear an unfamiliar melody. If I follow its sound, could it lead me to my own path? Like a bloom in early spring, I tremble as the wind passes by. Maybe I don't know where I'm going, but I'll let the wind carry me forward. The world moves on as if nothing has changed, but I will keep walking in my own way. Like a bloom in early spring, even as I sway, I will continue to bloom. I will dance as I sway, I will bloom as I sway, I will bloom as I sway, I will bloom as I sway.
Same seat, same time today. Opening my book like I always do, but something feels different now. Sunlight fills the classroom in a way it never used to. Spring is waiting beyond the window. Laughter echoes from the schoolyard, yet I find myself pausing, realizing soon I'll have to leave this place behind. The hallways I walked every day, will I ever walk them again? Even the air I once knew so well is getting ready to turn into a memory. The last semester, familiar things slowly, slowly start to fade away. The moments we laughed and talked together are slipping
familiar things slowly, slowly start to fade away. The moments we laughed and talked together are slipping like whispers into the air. The last semester, everything feels more precious than it ever did before. I pretend it doesn't matter, but honestly, I know I'll miss it. I take a quiet look around the classroom. We were here, and we are here now. We lived through these days, and we are still living this moment. And that's enough. That's enough. But still, a little part of me still lingers. Just a little.
There were times I wish this day would never come. The same old place, the same old faces, the same old friends, walking the same paths, sharing the same moments. But now they say it's time to leave this place behind. Traces of snow still linger in the corners of the yard. Yet the breeze of spring slips through the classroom window. And as I watch my friends laughing and chatting, they seem even brighter, even more beautiful today. When the final bell rings, they say we step into a new world, but I still feel the same. What will that world feel like? Will everything really look different? It's graduation, they say I'm an adult now, but honestly it doesn't feel real at all. Feels like we'll still be here tomorrow, chatting away, laughing, singing just like we always have. It's graduation, we all have our own paths now, but strangely I don't feel sad. Maybe someday we'll meet again and greet each other with a casual hey, how have you been? Taking off my uniform, stepping into adulthood. But is it really such a big deal? We can still joke around, still be the same. Can't we just live like this forever? The teacher speaks with a serious face. This is where your real life begins. But honestly, I can't feel it yet. Can we really grow up just like that? Someday I'll look back and understand how bright and fleeting this moment was. To hold on to today, to remember this now. Maybe sometimes we need to pause and reminisce. It's graduation, they say I'm an adult now, but honestly it doesn't feel real at all. Feels like we'll still be here tomorrow, playing around, laughing, singing just like we always have. It's graduation, we all have our own paths now, but strangely I don't feel sad. Maybe someday we'll meet again and playfully tease each other. Hey, you lost weight, huh? Goodbye my old place, goodbye my bright days. I have to go now, they say there's a new world waiting. But why do I feel like we'll all be here again tomorrow? Maybe we will. I thought the world would look different. I thought everything would make
make sense once I grew up. But standing here on the streets, I don't know where to go. People are passing by, lost in their own destinations. Some head to work, some go to school. Some chase their dreams while others are bound by reality. Where do I stand in all of this? What lies at the end of this road? So many roads are tangled together, but no one tells you which one to take. Making choices on my own, why does it feel so overwhelming? 19, facing the world for the first time. Standing in a city where order and chaos collide. I keep asking myself, where should I go? How do I make sure I don't lose my way? 19, do I have the answers to? Is everyone really doing okay? Sometimes I'm scared, sometimes I'm excited, but I keep taking one step at a time. Leaning against the subway window, I watch the city. Between towering buildings, a child plays in a small park. Maybe the world is actually that simple. So maybe I should stop overthinking. At a convenience store, eating instant noodles, the 20-year-olds are laughing without a care. Hey, don't take life so seriously. They say it so easily, but honestly, I still don't know how. Not every road may be the right one, but maybe none of them are truly wrong. If I don't walk them, I'll never know. So maybe I just have to start walking. Maybe there's no such thing as a perfect path. Maybe I'm just meant to make my own. If no one is here to tell me the answers, then I'll just figure it out in my own way. 19, now I'm setting off on my way. Even if nothing is certain, I'll still go. It's okay if I'm not perfect, I'll find my own path. So one day I can look back and smile. I'm moving forward, though no one told me where to go. I'm moving forward at 19, trying to find my way. I first met you on a rainy street. Raindrops falling too fast for me to escape. As I searched for shelter lost in the crowd, you wordlessly held out your umbrella. And in that moment our hands brushed, a fleeting warmth that froze my heart. I still remember that touch, the very beginning of our love. By the cafe window where the sunset glowed, was it our second meeting? Or maybe the third? You dipped your fingertip in your coffee, tracing my initials softly on the table. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower. Ours blossomed in the most radiant way. That street, that alley, that little cafe, all of them will remember our love. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower, turning page by page into precious memories. Every moment I spent with you, they were the and so did we. Without a word, you took my hand, and I knew I never wanted to let go. Under the crimson sky, your voice deep and growing sincere. Remember this moment forever, you whispered and my heart raced. Even as time moves forward, the warmth, the whispers, they remain untouched. The glow of that day, the thrill of that love, still blooming inside my heart. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower. Ours blossomed in the most radiant way. That street, that alley, that little cafe, all of them will remember our love. Beautiful love always blooms like a flower, turning page by page into precious memories. Every moment I spent with you, they were the most beautiful days of my life. Every moment I spent with you, they were the most beautiful days of my life. The brightest season of all. I stood there without an umbrella, drenched, completely soaked in the rain. Under a blocked, endless sky, two people stood, facing each other in silence. What should I say? Where should I go? Doing nothing but words, then the raindrops fall, dissolving into the water, pooling beneath our feet. You hesitated, reaching out your hand. I already knew deep down, but I couldn't take it lightly. No, maybe I wanted to take your hand, pretending to forgive you. But instead, I said nothing, I did nothing, standing still like a statue, letting the rain drench every part of me. When you tried to speak, I placed my hand over your lips. Enough, enough, calming my trembling heart. I leaned against your chest for a moment, then I pulled away, slowly, slowly turning my back on you. You never reached for me, and that day the rain poured down endlessly. That day the rain fell, the world collapsed. You and I were over. I lost my way. You remained, I walked away. That day the rain poured, and everything ended. That day, everything shattered into nothing. What were you going to say? What were you struggling to say back then? Did I already know? Enough, enough. I turned away as if I knew everything, but what was I really feeling? The only thing I remember is the loud sound of your heartbeat echoing in the storm. That day I wandered through the pouring rain, and for a long time after I burned with fever. That day the rain fell, the world collapsed. You and remember that day, on nights like this, when the streets are empty and a sad song plays, I think of you. What were you going to say? Time heals everything. Love, fever, heartbreak, pain. But still, what were you struggling to say that day? The scent of warm bread welcomes me. Soft flour dust dancing in the golden light. A small bakery on a quiet street where hands knead dreams into dough. Not a grand career, not a high-rise office, but here among the lows and laughter. I find something steady, something real, something that feels like home. Needing shaping, waiting, watching the rise, feeling the warmth. Every loaf a quiet promise, every morning a brand new start. Strangers come, smiles exchanged, the simple joy of giving, of sharing. A child's delight in a fresh baked roll, an old man's comfort in a familiar taste. Not a hurried life, not restless ambition, but here in the rhythm of rising dough. I feel at peace, I feel alive, a slow dream taking shape. Needy shaping, waiting, watching the rise, feeling the warmth. Every loaf a quiet promise, every morning a brand new start. Maybe someday on a hilltop road, a bakery of my own, with a door always open, the scent of fresh bread filling the air, and a life built on simple joys. The scent of warm bread welcomes me. Soft flour dust dancing in the golden light. Maybe, just maybe, this is where I'm meant to be. Yes, I like this. Should I open a little bakery on a sunflower-covered hill? Yes, I like this. Should I open a little bakery on a sunflower-covered hill? Floor that has become familiar to my fingertips. Before I knew it, I became skilled at baking. Every morning the warm scent fills the air. People come from afar just to taste my bread, pouring warmth into the dough, waiting patiently as it slowly rises. I realize that baking bread is truly an act of sharing the heart. Flour comes to life in my hands, a touch of care adds warmth as the scent of baking fills the air. I know that this moment makes me happiest Bird, bird.
Just another customer, but his gentle words, his quiet kindness left a small warmth in my heart. Like bread, my feelings slowly began to rise. At the same time, in the same place, a heart was shared through the warmth of bread. Without I found myself waiting for him. Perhaps this small space was bringing us together. That day as the church bells rang at sunset, he softly reached for my hand. Will you walk this life with me? And in that moment, my heart answered silently. Like bread, my heart slowly rose. A warm touch gently seeped into me. Perhaps, just perhaps, this man is my fate. Yes, I like this. Shall we open a bakery on a hill full of sunflowers? Yes, I like this. Shall we share freshly baked bread together? A gentle breath, tiny hands, a gift of love nestled in my arms. The sound of my childhood's laughter sways with the wind, embracing me completely, like a murmuring melody, like a soft spring breeze. Cries fill the room without rest. Sometimes I frown in exhaustion, but one look into those eyes and all my weariness melts away. I see a new world. Morning sunlight spills across the floor. Gentle footsteps wake me from my sleep. Love woven into lullabies and whispers. He sings for me and our child, sending him off in the morning, welcoming him home in the evening, feeding, holding, laughing together. Time flows softly and peacefully. At times I feel like I've lost myself, but the tiny gestures of my child make me smile. A small voice calling out, and even through tears the crying suddenly stops. My heart fills with warmth.
like a quiet song, every note etched in love and time. As the seasons pass and our child grows, I feel my heart expanding with it. Yes, I love this. Yes, the whispers of spring fill the air. Yes, love is quietly growing here. Yes, I love this so much. I do. The house is quiet, laughter fades away, even when familiar footsteps echo. I no longer listen eagerly, we have grown distant. My child now has a world of her own. Her laughter belongs to friends, not home. Even my love spends more time away, buried in work, chasing endless ambitions. I stand here somewhere in between, not truly alone, yet feeling invisible. On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a small bakery bustling with tiny hands in the morning. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place where my dreams could come true. I have no one to talk to, I speak to the unyielding walls, but words are swallowed into silence, disappearing into emptiness. Kneading flour with my hands, shaping my thoughts with my fingers, hoping the warmth will reach the corners of my heart. This house still holds memories, yet they slowly lose their meaning, lost somewhere between yesterday and tomorrow. If I could paint a new beginning, who would I become? On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a small bakery glows golden at dusk. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place where my dreams could come true. Dreams scatter like flour in the air, landing softly on my hands before fading away. If I take a step forward, if I let go for a moment, could I turn these dreams into reality? On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a cozy yet fulfilling bakery bathed in golden light. The warmth of fresh bread, the scent of hope, a place where my heart can find its way. Between dreams and reality, I hesitate and stand still, watching the wind carry whispers of my past, watching the wind return with traces of my simple dreams. I hastily wipe the moisture from my hands. Wiping the moisture from my hands. For a long time after that, I thought I was alone, drifting through days without direction, lost between the walls of this home and the edge of my bed, watching the world inside me grow distant. Then one day I finally spoke my heart. I expected silence and indifference, but instead warm laughter embraced me, and their words carried perfectly, she said. With bright expectant eyes, she wrapped her arms around me. You always dreamed of this, he said so naturally. And in their voices I found my way. Through long hours of kneading and dreaming, the scent of flowers soaked into my hands. The emptiness no longer lingers. Now I know where I belong. Like dough rising with warmth, hope settles deep within my heart. No longer just a dream, but a reality I am about to create. Mom, it suits you perfectly, she said. With bright expectant eyes, she wrapped her arms around me. You always dreamed of this, he said so naturally. And in their voices I found my dream. From a path that once led me far away, I return. No more hesitation, no more wandering. The doubts that once chained me to fear have faded. Now I hear the sound of a dream coming closer, a small yet precious dream. On a hill where sunflowers bloom, a little bakery welcomes the world with open doors. Warm bread, warm hearts, a place where my dreams finally belong. Far away, then close again, I pray beneath the golden sunflower-lit sky. Once uncertain, now unwavering, thank you. I have finally come home. Hush, I'm busy now.
I am the warm-hearted owner of this bakery. On breezy days, the air is filled with the scent of flowers. Every morning, I start the day with my favorite song. As ear sweet melody melts into the aroma of fresh bread. Sit here, you on this side, and our little princess over there. Oh look, friends are gathering, their faces bright with joy. Kneading the dough, waiting, watching it rise. Each loaf holds my touch and the warmth of my heart. Every piece of bread carries a small story, and this bakery is reborn anew every day. Come on in, come to our bakery. Whenever you feel lonely or weighed down, just come by. Breathe in the scent of freshly baked bread, and take a moment to rest with a warm cup of coffee. Today my daughter's friends are coming over. Tomorrow my husband's colleagues will gather and chat. This small space, once a place where I closed myself off, has now become the source of my deepest happiness. Along to Zier's songs, the warm oven greets me like an old friend. Even as time flows, some things never change. Like the peaceful melody that fills this space. Come on in, come to our bakery. Whenever you feel lonely or weighed down, just come by. Breathe in the scent of freshly baked bread, and take a moment to rest with a warm cup of coffee.
As evening falls, the sunflowers glow in the sunset. I close the oven and sit by the window to unwind. This isn't just a small bakery, it's a vast and beautiful world where my heart belongs. Come on in, come to our bakery. This place is always open, welcoming everyone. Breathe in the scent of freshly baked bread and share a warm piece as you take a moment to rest under the night sky by the window where sunflowers bloom. I whisper softly to myself, this is the life I dreamed. Come on in. Under the same light, in the same space, we sat side by side, but the pace of our days moved slightly out of sync. You were somewhere else, and so was I.
One of us was ending the day, while the other hadn't even begun. Our eyes met, but our hearts stood quietly in different places. Without knowing each other's time, we still tried to stay close, watching the same scenery, but passing through different seasons. We didn't have to say it, somehow we both knew.
One smiled and the other leaned carefully into that smile, and somehow that carefulness felt even more sincere. And somehow that carefulness felt even more sincere. Sat in the same place, but moved at different speeds, with different hearts through that quiet day. We shared the same space, but carried completely different clocks, and still, somehow, the distance between us felt peaceful. Faces that never caught anyone's eye, sweeping in front of their shops, talking to themselves as they quietly closed another day. With a coffee in hand, an old man at the same spot each day. watch the people passing by, and in his silent gaze there were more stories than words could tell. The people who became this street's background, never in the spotlight, but because they stayed, we could pass through our days a little more at ease. Those who opened and closed doors without a sound, whose quiet greetings carried warmth in the softest tones. The people who became this street's background, they didn't laugh loudly, didn't cry openly, but their quiet presence breathed with the rhythm of the city. And today I realize I too was one of those silent figures. And somehow I feel proud of that.
Once we walked through the same scenery, shared the same sky, felt the wind at the same pace. But at some point we stood in the same place, looking in different directions. Now you've become a quiet backdrop in my memory, and I'm fading into the edges of your view. We didn't say goodbye. Time simply folded us away. We became each other's scenery, longing, pain, they've turned into distant frames. You cross my mind sometimes, but I no longer reach for you. Just knowing you're somewhere is enough now. We once knew each other so well, but now we remain as images watched from afar, familiar, no longer touched, names that grow quieter with time. Move toward one another, now pass like seasons, the same picture but with different meanings. Maybe this is another face of farewell. Maybe this is the kindest way we can still exist together, admiring each other from a distance.
presence in the corners of our hearts. This is how we became each other's scenery.
I looked at myself, falling apart endlessly. No matter how tightly I tried to hold on, slipping through my fingers like sand. I had no strength left, even to say it hurts. Lowering my head, I cried silently in a depth that swallowed all sound. Self-pity was a weeping abyss as I sank deeper and deeper. I still knew even this sorrow was proof that I was alive. No one could cry for me. No one could hurt for me. So I embraced myself, weeping, but refusing to let go. In the weeping abyss, I met the smallest part of myself, broken, shattered, yet still breathing. Self-pity did not consume me. Instead, it led me back to hold myself again. In every moment of weeping, I never abandoned myself. Today again, I pass through the abyss, quietly, quietly, embracing myself as I go. The wind sways outside the window, and a gentle song circles through the cafe. Nothing is sad, nothing feels particularly lonely, but still, this afternoon somehow makes me miss something. My fingers pause on a turning page. A soft laugh from somewhere nearby brings back a face I haven't thought of a long time. An afternoon that feels lonely for no reason. No one in particular.
memories keep circling, and strangely, that emptiness feels warm. It's not being alone, but remembering the times I wasn't, that fills the quiet of today with small, invisible voices. It was just another ordinary day, but still, it became an afternoon that made me miss something for no reason at all. Took a step inside. I breathed, and even the smallest breath echoed through the emptiness, carving through the hollow air. My breath quietly proved that I was still here. Loneliness was a silent conversation inside this empty room. I faced myself being empty, perhaps was the clearest proof that something inside me still lived. I brushed the wall with my fingertips. It was cold but not painful. Turning my head, I saw clouds drifting beyond the window, the world passing by, saying nothing. Loneliness didn't break me, it quietly embraced me, reminding me that I was still breathing, still existing here. Loneliness was not the end. In this empty room, in this hollow heart, there still lived a trembling breath, awake and waiting. Today again, inside this empty room, I breathe quietly, carrying loneliness by name. I continue living as myself. shadows leaning against the wall, quietly the afternoon like a book. The coffee's half gone, the music hums in a low volume. I had no plans, just watching time unfold itself. The quiet drift of daylight, even without doing anything, this moment feels full enough. This stillness seems to be dusting off something inside me. Someone was reading, someone had dozed off, and in their presence I came to understand my own quiet self a little more. The quiet drift of daylight, air softer than a whisper, and in that air I thought maybe I'm okay just like this. I couldn't tell if time had passed or paused. It might have been the most peaceful afternoon in the world, perhaps the most unhurried one too. The sky was clear, and people laughed like any other day. But in one quiet corner of my heart, it felt like it was raining somewhere, silently, gently, inside me. I stared out the window for a while, then closed it for no reason. Not because the wind was cold, but because something in me felt a little lonelier today. Though the rain never fell, a small cloud drifted through me. It was okay if no one noticed. Some days are just like that. I quietly let myself drift into that kind of afternoon. always come from the sky. Maybe sometimes it begins inside me first.
Second table by the window, a hot latte in hand, and faces blurred beyond the steam, each with their own story, voices drifting past. Someone is laughing, someone seems quietly paused. The people beyond my coffee cup, their days briefly overlapping with mine. We pass each other by in the same stretch of time, unknowingly. The wind stirs outside the window, and inside emotions waver too. A moment of waiting, a quiet farewell, melting into the cup. The people beyond my coffee cup, I don't know their names, and may not remember them tomorrow, but today my gaze quietly linger on them. The scenes we shared in silence may be there, the kind of ties that stay the longest may be there, the kind of meetings that last the longest. Same time every day, there's a familiar back at the window seat. Sometimes reading a book, sometimes just gazing outside, lost in thought. I don't know who they are, but their presence feels familiar, like a quiet part of my day's rhythm that simply belongs there. That familiar back by the window, we've never spoken, but just seeing them sitting there makes the day feel like any other ordinary day. Sometimes they arrive before me, sometimes I get there first. We never acknowledge each other, yet we exist. somewhere at the edge of each other's awareness. That familiar back by the window, others may not even notice, but to me, they are a quiet kind of reassurance. And if one day they don't appear, I know I'll still picture that back at that window for a little while longer.
I didn't realize that as I watched you, darkness was slowly spreading within me. Even in the moment you smiled, I couldn't follow the light in your eyes. Your gaze resting somewhere I wasn't. Your laughter blooming for someone else. I didn't need words to understand. A cold, quiet jealousy was clawing deep inside my heart. Jealousy was a silent language I didn't want you to notice, but like a shadow, it kept spreading. A small longing turning into darkness was quietly swallowing me whole. I tried to smile, tried to wave as if nothing hurt, but deep in my heart there was a voice I could no longer hide.
The deeper the love, the deeper the jealousy. I couldn't find the words to ask you to love me more, so I quietly let myself become the darkness.
I was smiling, but you would never know. As I watched you deep inside, jealousy was quietly weeping. You would never know while I was watching you, how deep into darkness I was quietly crying.
with nothing to desire, with nothing to grasp. I sat within the stillness where both beginning and end had disappeared. Every sound of the world scattered like a handful of wind. Even the last tremor inside me quietly sank down. Extinction was not vanishing, it was the moment when everything became one. Myself, the world, even the nameless things, all quietly merged into a single breath. There was nothing more to seek, nothing left to wait for. I simply stayed, holding the stillness, holding the vastness. In a place without name or form, I lost myself and gained everything. Like an empty sky, yet filled with endless breath. Extinction was not an ending, it was the stillness that embraced even the end there. But I let go of myself, and at the same time I held myself close. Today again, I sit quietly like flickering starlight, cradled within stillness, feeling so light, as if I am no longer myself. I simply saw how endlessly beautiful the world was. As I opened the door, someone stepped in at the same moment. We shared a faint smile and sat at different tables, but the air between us felt strangely familiar. The way we ordered our coffee, the way we lowered our heads, even the timing of reaching for the cup, all unexpectedly in sync. A coincidence in perfect timing, no plan, no reason, but it felt like we had once shared the same scene long ago. That familiar unfamiliarity drifted between us for a while. When the music subtly changed, we
coincidence and perfect timing, just a passing moment in the day. But in that little time, you became a gentle memory in mine. Nothing really happened, but somehow you're someone I remember, the one who lingered in the same timing as me.
One day I stopped at the entrance of that alley. I had just been walking, following the wind, when I realized longing had begun to grow there. Each paving stone still held the echo of your footsteps. A flower left beneath a window. Sunlight paused under a fading sign. Everything was still the same except my heart. Time had passed inside me, though this place had stayed behind. The alley where longing grows, slowly like the turning of a season. But undeniably, it colored my heart again. Moments I thought I'd forgotten came back to life at every corner of this path. This street was once someone's ordinary day, and once a part of mine, the version of me that waited for you. Never left this place. Even now it quietly grows like ivy between the bricks. The alley where longing grows. The farther I walk away, the clearer waited becomes. You're not here anymore, but my heart still lives there, still calling out your name. Whenever I pass this street, I slow down, because longing, like certain flowers, can only be noticed when you stop and feel it bloom.
I am flowing now, not knowing where I'm headed, nor where I'll arrive. Simply by flowing, I'm am alive. The wind brushes past, the waves sway, but I do not break within them. I do not lose myself. To be shaken and to be shattered are two different things. Tranquility isn't stillness, it breathes, it ripples, moving within the rhythm of the world. Slowly but surely I flow forward. I try to possess nothing, cling to nothing. What fills me instead are the passing moments, the wind, the sunlight, the fleeting breaths of time. Tranquility isn't forgetting, it's carrying everything forward. With all the things that shake me, I move gently, steadily through the world. As I flow, I have come to know without stopping, even while trembling, I am still living as myself. Sounds had vanished. I stood alone, carrying nothing, holding only the existence that was me. In a stillness clear as a mirror, I faced myself without pretense, without excuses, naked as I was. Awareness was not a blinding revelation. It was a quiet, small vibration from deep within, whispering, I am here. Painful memories, blurred regrets, they all shone quietly where they were. Neither flawless nor perfect, yet all undeniably mine. I no longer denied myself the trembling me, the clumsy me. I embraced it all.
and lifted my head. Awareness didn't change me. It allowed me to accept myself as I was. Scattered fragments came together silently to form home. Today again, I cradle this quiet dawn and gaze at myself in the nothingness of that stillness. I leave behind only a small smile.
It felt like any other morning, quiet and uneventful. But suddenly something in my chest began to tingle, as if something long asleep was slowly lifting its head. It wasn't quite a feeling, not even a thought, just a slightly warmer gaze, a softer tone in my voice, little signs that the season inside me was changing. The day leaves sprouted in my heart, a quiet beginning of something like hope. Even if no one noticed, I could feel it, something was growing again within me. Winter in the heart isn't all bad, but once it passes, you begin to realize spring doesn't need to explain itself. It's kind just by being here. Trust my heart again. But that tiny leaf, it whispered back to me, you're still growing.
Filled my chest. I don't know when it started, but somehow I was already embracing the whole world. Sunlight light poured down, the breeze brushed against my skin, and every sound of the world resonated inside my heart. In that moment, I realized I was alive. Joy swallowed me whole like a great wave. Fear, sorrow, loneliness, all of it melted away at once. And I was smiling, bright and free. I didn't try to hold on to it, I didn't try to possess the moment. I just wanted to feel it fully, the surging breath. Joy wasn't somewhere far away, it had always been, quietly growing deep within me, slowly filling me with light. Joy wasn't a bursting flame, it was a surging breath, an endless wave blooming within. I surrendered myself to it, swaying, smiling today again. Just a single breath, I embrace the world, floating atop the waves of joy. I am alive.
At the end of the time that seemed frozen, a tiny light quietly seeped in through the cracks of the window like drifting dust, touching the deepest corners of my heart. A smile came to me without any reason, as if a small patch of sunlight on my palm was holding the whole world within it. Moments I thought were nothing had been saving me all along. All along. Joy arrived without a sound. It wasn't something given or taken away. It slipped quietly through the spaces between breaths, patching me together piece by piece. The laughter of people began to drift in from far away. Maybe, just maybe, I could walk among them again, clumsily. But my heart was moving once more.
falling and rising had quietly brought me here. No darkness, no fear could ever block the light. Joy seeped in quietly. The small ordinary moments slowly filled me up, and breathing itself became the way I lived again. A tiny fragment of light in my palm, it was enough. I could smile again, quietly, gently. On a morning soaked in sunlight, I walked the quiet schoolyard. A blurred smile caught in the distance, and in that moment, something quietly trembled inside me. A glance as light as a dust breeze, a breath brushing past my ear. A nameless tremor touched the deepest part of my heart. Even without words, I knew you and I share the same trembling, this tiny beginning beyond explanation will one day lead us to a place beyond words. Was it my step that paused first, or was it my heart that stopped before I knew? In that fleeting moment of passing you by, something quietly changed inside me. I still don't know the name of this tremor, but I can feel it quietly whispering right here, right now. Everything is beginning. Even without words, I knew you and I share the same trembling, this tiny beginning beyond explanation will one day draw us to a place beyond all words. From the very first tremor of my heart, I was already moving toward you, and so quietly this beginning changed everything.
One day, all of a sudden, a name I had long forgotten rose to the surface like ripples on water. I didn't call it out, yet the voice wrapped around me like the edge of a quiet
village shore, into the dried up corner of my heart. A breeze gently seeped in. You stood at the fading edge of that day, like someone who could have been happy without me. Slowly you drifted away, and I asked nothing. Suddenly that song circled my lips, its lyrics half remembered, half lost. Even its setting felt like this. Riverside, was it raining then? Did even the rain feel like your breath? The road I had come was one where everything left me behind. What remained were words unspoken, feelings never fully shared, and a song that stopped mid-verse. The words I love you always arrive too late, only when you could no longer hear them did they finally bloom. And I swallowed my sobs in silence. If that moment were to come again, could I finally sing the song I've kept within me only for you? But here in a today without you, what good is a song sung for you when you are no longer here? Suddenly, the person I was that day cries again through that old song. Was it raining then? Still I sing that day once more in tears. I left you, or maybe you left me. That no longer matters. What matters is every place and moment after that became yours. The bench you once smiled on, the alley we passed, even the bus that just drove by. In a crowd of strangers, someone called my name. It was your voice, but of course you weren't there. Still I turned around, you stood there as if you never left. That's how illusions find me, familiar and dangerously soft. You called my name that day with that one word. I became someone to you. That was the beginning, but now it must end. The you from that day is the one I must let go. I walked through streets without you and still heard your laughter. Your shadow slipped past a window you never touched. I stopped, pulled my phone from my pocket and silenced the alarm. patient smiled. I realized I could smile without thinking of you. It wasn't escape, it was acceptance. I had loved you, and now I let you go. That day you called my name, and I began to exist, not just as me, but as yours. But today I say my name again, quietly as my own. Where you once were, there is now only space, and in facing that I find peace. So I release you with gratitude to the one who once called my name.
You were sitting in front of me, and I was holding my coffee cup, searching for words. The light inside the cup trembled slightly, and under the table your knees moved quietly. It was me who chose not to speak. You didn't ask and I prepared no answer. The coffee barely touched our lips, then cooled just like us, saying nothing at all. Until the coffee cooled, we were together, but shared nothing, not a word, not a glance, not even the same silence. You looked out the window, and I pretended to look at you. You left a sip untouched. An unfinished cup says more than an empty one. That's how we began to quietly fall out of step. Even now, whenever I walk past that day, I still see the cafe lights turned on. Only the color of the bulbs has changed, but the air inside feels like it hasn't cooled. Was it me who stayed warm, or was it you? While the coffee cooled, we tried not to, but in the end we burned out harder. The clink of a spoon, the hush of a breath, they stayed there longer than words ever could. The cafe is gone now, the cup too, but I still carry that hour like warm porcelain in my chest. The coffee cooled, and so did we, each other.
camphor tree. The shade was just a step too short that afternoon. slowly began to speak, and I closed my eyes. Sunlight touched my toes before it reached my face. That silent air from that day slipped through the cafe window this afternoon. Steam rose gently from the warm coffee, and on the table a receipt I had carelessly left from yesterday. Words we never said remained unwritten on its back. Sunlight never explains, it reveals everything. It says nothing like your eyes that day. They said it all without a single sound. After you left, I stay seated, unable to clean up anything. The curtain barely swayed by the window, and my coffee cooled slowly for a while. I watched your fading silhouette reflected on the surface of the cup, then quietly close my eyes again. People choose silence, not when they fold their hearts, but when they try to open them. I remember the things you didn't say, more than the ones you did. That was not sunlight, it was shadow. To close my eyes was not to forget, but to bring back a scene from memory. Right now I am living that afternoon again. What sunlight couldn't say, I'm singing instead. Today at 2:30 in the afternoon, I closed my eyes in this same place. Sunlight walked quietly across the floor. You weren't here, but you were. There was no shadow. But just like that day, I was still closing my eyes toward you.
I step off the train onto a foreign street, walking along the riverside you once called beautiful. Sunlight dances over the rippling waves, and back then you said this river is dazzling. A narrow alley, red brick walls adorned with ivy. Back then you sat by the window sipping your coffee, saying how cozy this place felt. Even now I can still see your smile so vividly. Back then you listened to the sound of a distant guitar and whispered, the music of this street is like the wind. Back then you turned away with a bittersweet wave and glanced back over your shoulder more than once. A foreign street, a familiar heart, your words still linger in these alleyways. I keep walking as if we were walking together again. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Ah, where have the words you spilled gone? fish leaping through the air. Back then you said its shimmering scales look like stardust. I smiled and nodded at your words, but only now do I truly understand what you meant. A wooden bench along the roadside, a strangely familiar scene. Back then you said, let's sit here and rest for a while. Now I sit in that same spot, breathing deeply, trying to remember you. Saying something, saying everything. Ah, where have the words I once heard gone? A foreign street, a familiar heart. Your words still linger in these alleyways. I walk just like I did back then, as if you were still beside me. Back then you kept speaking, saying something, saying everything. Speaking, saying something, saying everything. Ah, where have the words I once heard gone? Ah, where have all the words you spilled gone? Ah, where have they all gone? I was going to leave early, really I was. But the moment I saw the sunset, my footsteps wouldn't move. I just couldn't walk away from this place. Under the sky, burning in hues of gold, the quiet street softly glows. Sunlight ripples over the flowing river, and suddenly I find myself frozen in time. That bench, the one you loved, sitting here, it feels like you're still near. Your silhouette waiting for me back then. Somewhere in this fading light, I still see you. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. Time slowly drifts by, street lights start flickering one by one. A gentle breeze whispers in my ear, tarry here just a little longer. I took one step forward, I turned back and sat on that bench again. In this unfamiliar street, with a heart that knows it all. Tonight I'll stay right here where we once were. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. Perhaps I'll stay until the night takes over. Perhaps by morning everything will change. Maybe Maybe this street, maybe this heart will shift with the first light of dawn. A day drenched in sunset at the edge of another day. I still think of you as if you're here. I was meant to leave, but I just couldn't. So I surrender myself to this sunset. I take a deep breath, and tonight in this place I hold you once more.
A quiet room, moonlight slipping through the window, casting soft shadows on the walls. A half-empty glass of wine rests on the table, while a familiar melody hums from the radio. Memories of the day slowly dissolve, drifting within the gentle notes. In this silent hour, with no one around, I softly whisper to myself. A silent night, a flowing melody, notes that tremble deep within my heart. At the end of a weary day, for just this moment, I let go of everything and sink into the sound. The curtain sways slightly with the night breeze as time moves slowly deep into the night, like pressing a piano key with delicate care. My emotions awaken one by one, faded memories and distant days seep into the rhythm, flowing endlessly. With my eyes closed, they grow clearer. Long forgotten dreams, emotions once buried. A silent night, a flowing melody, notes that tremble deep within my heart. At the end of a weary day, for just this moment, I let go of everything and sink into the sound. Perhaps by morning this moment will fade, these fragments of the night, these fleeting emotions. But for now, just for now, the music holds me in its warm embrace. As the music flows through the night, I close my eyes and let myself drift away. Back then, it hurt more than I can now explain. Words collided, hands let go too soon. and we were far too tired to keep hating each other. Looking back, everything fell apart, but it was love, and it was the end. Time passed, and I began thinking less about why you left, and more about how I kept going. All the sharp words, your cold eyes now feel gentle, as if softened by the distance. I sing that song again, not with the pretty words, but with the trembling I still remember. I don't sing because it was beautiful, I sing because it happened. We weren't perfect, but now it all feels beautiful. In the photo, we were smiling, it was a lie. But now I can hold even that lie with a tender hand. We meant it once, and now on separate roads, welcoming different seasons. I accept that with quiet joy. Eventually becomes tenderness, hate and love fold into something radiant. If only from far away, and in that light I sing again, alone but not lonely. I sing that song again, even if you don't hear it, even if the memory blurs. The singing itself keeps me alive, a final line that lets me return to myself. Everything that passed now glows quietly inside me. Wounds became patterns, and the nameless song has found my voice now as myself. I sing it again.
Standing at the crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. People rush past, their footsteps merging into one. I lift my head for just a moment between towering buildings. Sunlight gently spills through that moment. A quiet smile crosses my lips. Perhaps today will feel a little lighter. In the midst of these breathless moments, the sky has always been there watching over me. The sky was always there, yet I never really saw it. Why am I only noticing it now? As I take a deep breath crossing the street, the sky embraces me, filling my lungs with its presence. A moment to look at the sky, letting go of the weight I've been carrying through the rush of life, through the dulling of feelings. It gives me space to breathe, just for a while. A moment to look at the sky, letting the clouds drift just as they are. Memories that have passed, struggles of today, and the unknown tomorrow. Sitting by the window, placing my coffee down, closing my book, I gaze at the evening sky, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun. If I take in this light, will I grow a little deeper? Then the wind softly brushes against my shoulders, and I wonder if it could carry away today's regrets. Everything changes, everything moves on, yet the sky steady and unwavering remains the same. When night falls, the stars begin to rise, and the sky shows me a different face. Perhaps one of those countless stars has always been watching over me. A moment to look at the sky, letting go of the weight I've been carrying through the rush of life, through the dulling of feelings. It gives me space to breathe, just for a while. A moment to look at the sky, letting the clouds drift just as they are. Memories that have passed, struggles of today, and the unknown tomorrow. I let them all flow. I let them all flow. The past, the present, and the unknown tomorrow. And quietly I start walking again.
I gaze at my reflection in the window, a familiar face that suddenly feels distant. Time moves forward, they always say, yet I stand here frozen in the past. Footsteps echo through familiar streets, people passing by lost in their own worlds. Once I was walking with someone beside me, but now it feels like I'm drifting alone. They said time never stops, then why am I still lingering in the same place? Yesterday, today, and tomorrow all seem to blur into one single moment. Between the cracks of time, am I still walking through that same day? Paused yet flowing, flowing yet paused. Have I trapped myself in this endless space? Between the cracks of time, I'm still holding yesterday while living today. Memories fade, emotions grow distant, and somewhere within I lost my way. A cup of coffee left untouched, time dissolves into the steam, disappearing between the swaying curtains. Yesterday's shadows still watch over me. What excuse do I have now? Am I still waiting for you here? Or is it time to finally leave? My feet hesitate on the threshold, but time moves on, leaving me behind. And then suddenly I realize it was never time that stopped, it was me. Now I must truly move forward, carrying the longing, yet stepping beyond it. Between the cracks of time,
I must go now, I must truly leave, unlocking the door that's been closed too long, taking a step, then another towards something new. Between the cracks of time, I too must travel far at last, leaving the faded memories as they are. I must push forward to find my own path. I stand open the window, and with a quiet hum, I take one step, then another, moving forward. I walk through the day again, brushing past countless faces, sometimes weary, sometimes smiling, sometimes standing still, just gazing at the sky. The evening glow slowly seeps in, the streets quietly light up one by one. Today fades just like this, yet tomorrow another day will be waiting. It's okay to struggle a little, not every day can shine the same, but if small happiness stays beside me, noticing it is all up to me. Like today, again tomorrow, may these simple moments embrace me. The morning sun knocks on my window, a cup of coffee and warm greetings follow. Like today, again tomorrow, may the gentle wind caress my heart. Though some days may be lonely or hard, I'll still carry myself forward. A familiar melody drifts from a street corner. A quiet hand flips the pages of a book by a cafe window. Under the lamplight along a quiet alley, I softly reflect on my day among the people, or sometimes alone. Each of us is living our own stories, and so, step by step, we keep walking towards tomorrow. Not every moment can be special, but that doesn't mean they are meaningless. Just living through today as it is might be beautiful enough. Like today, again tomorrow, may a gentle smile embrace me. The morning sun knocks on my window, and as night falls, may I rest with peace. Life be beautiful enough. Like today, again tomorrow, may the warm wind hold my shoulders. Though I may waver, though I may ache, I'll keep carrying myself forward. Good night, world. Good night, my friends. To everyone I met and crossed paths with today, good night, sleep well. Good night. Sitting by the window, gently parting the curtain. The world below looks the same as yesterday. People passing by like scattered dots along the alley. An old couple seated quietly on a bench across the street. Like ripples swirling in my coffee cup, my heart moves gently just like them. Someday I too will walk that road, but for now I only watch from here. The world beyond my window, steps moving near and far, drifting among the past
passing faces, searching for myself. Though it seems like time is standing still, the hours flow by as I sit in my quiet little room. When the rain falls, droplets gather on the glass. Beyond them, the city lights blur and fade. A couple whispering beneath the shared umbrella. Yet inside my room, silence lingers still. I take a sip of coffee, warm filling my chest. Familiar scents wrapping around this space. Like the scenes outside my window drifting by, I wonder what is it that I am searching for. The world beyond my window, steps moving near and far, drifting among the passing faces, searching for myself. Though it seems like time is standing still, the hours flow by as I sit in my quiet little room. Perhaps I want to stay here forever, or maybe I'm waiting for the day I finally step out. Closing the window, I pause and wonder, does the world I watch ever look back at me? The world beyond my window, unchanged yet somehow different, as my heart shifts little by little in its quiet transformation. If I open the window, a new breeze will sweep in, and even this small room will welcome the scent of spring. I still sit quietly, watching the world beyond, and once again I simply watch.
Sitting on a quiet park bench, watching people slowly passing by. From afar, a couple's phone plays a tune, a melody so familiar yet distant in time. That song, the one only I remembered, but I couldn't recall when or with whom I had heard it. Then suddenly, as if by fate, it found me again, stirring something deep inside. I thought I had long forgotten, told myself it didn't matter anymore. But a single note from that song took me back, back to those days I left behind. A song I heard by chance, pulling me into a faded page of time. Before I knew it, I was humming along, drifting back to the moments we thought would never end. That day we walked down a tree-lined street, the sunset melting into the golden leaves. As if it were meant to be, we stopped together, waiting in silence until the song had played its last note. Back then I never thought it would be the last song we'd share, but now here it is again, still lingering inside me. told myself it didn't matter anymore. But a single note from that song took me back to those days I left behind. A song I heard by chance, pulling me into a faded page of time. Before I knew it, I was humming along, drifting back to the moments we thought would never end. Someday, if you hear this song again, will you stop and think of me just like I do now? Like that day when we stood still, holding hands, afraid to let go. Sitting on a quiet park bench, watching people slowly passing by. Then suddenly, as if by fate, I hear our song again.
The day I first met you, it was last spring on a rainy day, amidst people running with umbrellas. You quietly approached and held one out for me. Dim streetlights reflected on the wet pavement. You brushed back your damp hair and smiled at me. With a shy smile, your white hand offered the umbrella. And in that moment, the world seemed to pause. Do you still remember that day, that spring rain, the endless thrill soaking through us? You and I, our first meeting, the tremble, that joy. The day I first met you, the whole world was drenched in rain. Under the umbrella we blossomed together. Even the raindrops seemed to bless us. The day I first met you, a precious gift I'll treasure forever. The scent of that day, the warmth of that day, it all felt like magic meant just for us. In the cafe, soft music played. With small hands you wrote something on the foggy window. Let's stay together forever. Your innocent letters, like a child's wish. And in that moment I knew that our love would remain the same even in the distant future. The emotions of the day I first met you, still here now and forevermore. The day I first met you, the whole world was drenched in rain. Under the umbrella we blossomed together. Even the raindrops seemed to bless us. The day I first met you, a precious gift I'll treasure forever. The scent of that day, the warmth of that day, it all felt like magic meant just for us. If that day had never happened, would we still be here together? Like fate in the midst of the spring rain, at last we found each other. The day I met you, it was the day my world began anew. Walking toward me through the rain, from that moment I belong to you. The day I met you, the first page forever imprinted in my heart. The final page of our story will always be written together. The day I met you, it was the day everything began. And here we are, still so happy. And here we are, still in love.
I walk slowly along the forest path. Birds chirp and a squirrel hides away, like the dry leaves crunching under my feet. Memories of the past quietly awaken. Some faces are clear, some fade like mist. Friends I cherished, love that once bloomed, fleeting moments back then. It all felt eternal. Now it drifts away, dissolving like morning fog. A path through memories, my heart drifts along, carried by the breeze, scattered through time. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me they still remain, like the floating clouds. Tracing its own way, golden sunlight dances gently on the water's face. I sit on a rock and gaze at the distant mountaintop. Clouds linger there, and I once thought I stood that high. It was an illusion, drifting far. I once resented time that wouldn't stop. Now I let it flow, resisting, like the water, like the wind, simply a part of nature. A path through memories, my heart drifts along, carried by the breeze, scattered through time. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me they still remain, like the floating clouds. If I could return to those days, would I walk more slowly, love more deeply? No, let it be. I'll embrace this moment. For this wind, this path, they belong to me. I walk quietly along the path, gazing toward the endless sky ahead. They've all left, they've all disappeared, yet within me, traces of them still remain. And so, I let them go. Time has quietly passed by, yet in the old photos we're still smiling the same. Back then, we believed everything would last forever, took each other's days for granted without a second thought. Walking down familiar alleyways, laughing until our sides ached at silly little jokes. Now those moments are blurred, like whispers in the wind. But today, for some reason, they feel clearer than ever. Do you ever think of me, even just sometimes? The wind of that day, the warmth of that time. They say everything fades with time, but maybe the things we bury inside only grow clearer. I standing now? I told myself I'd move on, that I'd be fine. But sometimes when I walk these streets, I feel as if you are still right there beside me. On a quiet evening, I see my reflection in the cafe window, unfamiliar and distant. And suddenly our last moment comes rushing back. The silence we held, the words we never said. Do you ever think of me, even just sometimes? The wind of that day, the warmth of that time. They say everything fades with time, but maybe the things we bury inside only grow clearer. The us back then, the me now, walking different paths, yet still I remember moments frozen in time, echoes of the past, still lingering within me like clouds in the sky. There's no way back to what we once were. We've both changed far too much, but in that time, in that place, we existed, and that alone was enough to paint our story. The us back then, the me nows, living under the same sky but in different worlds. Perhaps like me, you too have days when you suddenly remember all.
I sit by the window as the rain falls, tracing your face with my fingertips, drawing your eyes, like sketching your lips. And for a moment you feel so close, but the raindrops blur the lines. My trembling fingers hesitate. I erase your eyes, I erase your lips, and in the end I erase you once again. All that remains are faded memories, a name lingering at my fingertips. I thought I had erased you completely, but on rainy days you're still a misty presence. A scribble on a rainy day, drawing you, erasing you, drawing you again. My heart dissolves like the raindrops on glass, but what I can never erase is my longing for you. A crumpled paper lies on my desk, your name written and rewritten over and over. Beyond the window, the blurry streets, the road you once walked. I stare and stare, lost in thought. There's no trace of you left behind, nowhere, not a single sign. Yet somehow, so vividly, you remain deep inside my heart. A scribble on a rainy day, truly forget you someday? Will the scribble fade away? No, even then I'll still be drawing you, erasing you, drawing you, erasing you, over and over again. Try erasing, try erasing you and me. Try erasing, try erasing you and me. Try erasing, trying.
The world I dreamed of as a child, the stars that sparkled beyond the window. It felt like I could reach them, so I ran and ran again. A melody calling from afar, a voice that whispered my name so close I could almost hear it. Yet with every step it slipped away. Still I reached out my hand, even if I couldn't touch, even if I couldn't hold, believing that someday I would, like yesterday. Today I reach out once more, a dream within reach, distant but near, near yet far. Though now it's blurred, it hasn't faded, it still lingers deep inside of me. Walking down the street, a memory resurfaces, that small wish from long ago. Though I've grown older, it remains, still resting in a corner of my heart. Once I turned away without regret, but looking back now, I realize those moments were the happiest of all. And maybe it's not too late to dream again. Still I reached out my hand, even if I couldn't touch, even if I couldn't hold, believing that someday I would, like yesterday. Today I reach out once more, a dream within reach, distant but near, near yet far. Though now it's blurred, it hasn't faded, it still lingers deep inside of me. There were times I hesitated, afraid that I might never grasp it. But dreams don't drift away, we just take slow steps toward them. A dream within reach, if I step a little closer I might finally hold it. Even in the dimmest light I won't lose my way. Today once again I walk towards you. A dream within reach, a dream where I can almost touch you.
Turning the narrow alley past the familiar corner, a small bakery I always passed, filled with the scent of warm bread. Across the street, under the old lamppost, you sat on the red bench reading, waiting for me. Sometimes I stop in my tracks, silently staring at the place we once sat together. The
bench remains, the street unchanged. But time moves forward, and so do I, yet I linger. Would you ever pass by here again? Do our footprints still linger in this place? Through the bakery's glass window, like that fleeting moment when our eyes once met. Turning the narrow alley, memories hold me still, refusing to let go. I thought I had left, but I realized I'm still circling back to this place. Turning the narrow alley, my steps grow slower, more hesitant. I thought it had faded, but some things never leave, like the echoes of us still whispering in my mind. The old wall behind the bench, still covered in scribbled messages from strangers. We once left our names there too, etching our fleeting moment in small secret letters, passing through unfamiliar faces. For a second I wonder if one might be you, but reality settles in, I know the truth. The past is gone, and you are no longer here. Would you ever pass by here again? Do our footprints still linger in this place? Through the bakery's glass window, like that fleeting moment when our eyes once met. Turning the narrow alley, memories hold me still, refusing to let go. I thought I had left, but I realized I'm still circling back to this place. Turning the narrow alley, my steps grow slower, more hesitant. I thought it had faded, but some things never leave, like the echoes of us still whispering in my mind. One day when I walk this path again, what kind of person will I have become? Will I still feel the same longing, or will I finally just walk by undisturbed? Turning the narrow alley, unfamiliar yet still so familiar. The past versions of us are gone, but I take a step forward, following my own path. The wind blows fading footsteps thin, I take one step, then another. Turning the narrow alley, walking forward, a single flower petal gently falls onto the empty bench.
Turning the final page, I quietly close the book. Between the lingering words, echoes of emotion stretch endlessly. Sunlight scatters beyond the window. Time flows as if standing still, yet inside me the story lingers, its words still sinking deep into my heart. Each page I turned, I laughed, I cried, I held my breath. And by the time I read the last sentence, I had already become part of its world. The last page of a book, I know it's not the end, but a beginning. In the empty spaces left behind, a new story is waiting to bloom. Reading again, once more again, not ready to let go just yet. This feeling, this fleeting moment, I wanna stay in it a little longer. But someday I know I must close it, to open another book, another story.
butterflies. All the beautiful things are emptied like petals. Even the warmth that used to rest on my fingertips now cannot be felt anymore. You, without a word, vanished like the wind far away, and I still remain as if I never learned how to forget. Spring days are leaving, you follow too, like the wind, leaving only a silent trace behind. I remain alone and crumble like a falling petal. Memories still drift along the river, never reaching anywhere, circling again and again. Though love has ended, my heart still lingers on that same path. I always knew nothing truly stays. What remains are the words left unspoken, the tears that never flow, and spring days that will never return. Spring days are leaving, and at the end there's no us, only memories silently blooming. I, at the edge of this season, cannot even call your name, just gaze at the days gone by. Spring days are leaving, only I remain, scattering like petals in the wind. Spring days are leaving. I wanted to ask what I meant to you, but I choose not to ask. Spring days are leaving. Spring days are leaving.
There were days that truly dazzled, when even just calling my name made everything shine. And I stood at the center of that season.
What part of it was ever real? The brightness, your gaze. Looking back, it's all too far now. Even memory feels unreal.
Blossom days fade, and my youth sets with them. Only beauty I never held
Lingers then vanishes.
I stayed inside your gaze, just to shine, even for a moment. It wasn't love I received, only love I dreamed of. inside your gaze, just to shine even for a moment.
It wasn't love I received,
Only love I dreamed of. Everyone said those days were everything, but I knew even that everything was never truly mine. Blossom days fade, and my youth becomes only a trace, blooming and falling in my heart, a spring no one ever knew. Yes, flowers fall, and I'm slowly forgotten, and someday entirely. Still it's okay, because I once bloomed, and that was enough. Blossom days fade.
Sitting alone where love had crumbled, and during all seasons you were smiling then, leaving me behind, walking lightly toward another spring. Has your laughter fade with time too? If the end of love leads to the same view anyway, perhaps by now you stand where I once waited, in that silent pocket of wind. You follow too, as if letting go of everything, head bowed with heavy steps. You follow too, to the riverbank where I once cried, as if now you understand a little of my heart. Back then I knew you wouldn't return, but still I waited.
That day, flowers bloomed again, brilliant everywhere. But that brilliance, why did it sting my eyes with something close to grief? Someone was singing, someone else pouring drinks, and I just drifting, letting something unnamed slip away. Beneath the flower shade, I drank so many days away. They rose like warmth in my chest, then struck the air and scattered. The sunlight was too yellow, and that yellow devoured my mind. I began to understand why Van Gogh went mad. I don't remember what I once dreamed, but I know I lost something. And I was laughing that day, which somehow was the saddest thing. Beneath the flower shade, I neither bloomed nor withered, just somewhere in between, soaked and drank in light, in hollow days. Yes, that was youth, meaningless, endless, the euphoric drift, and I floated inside it for far too long, until one spring day I woke alone. The sunlight was too yellow, and that yellow devoured my mind. I began to understand why Van Gogh went mad. I don't remember what I once dreamed, but I know I lost something. I began to understand why Van Gogh went mad. Maybe I knew from the very start this heart would never truly reach. The sunlight was surely warm, but I remained trapped in ice. The words I never spoke still sleep like a seed in a drawer. Time flows on so quietly, and I remain unblown. An unblown bud, still unopened, a hidden season within my chest, gathering like tears on the edge, then drifting away, silent in the wind. Some pass me by, some never saw me at all, though I was was always there. I never bloomed, not even once. The season never spoke to me, said I wasn't ready, but even that I couldn't hear. Perhaps I never even meant to bloom. And unblown bud, still in shadow, now it will never bloom. In a darkened corner of my chest, only a trace of fragrant spring remains. In the end, I will never bloom. But even this waiting that bore no flower, if that too was love. If someone remembers me for that, then yes, I will never bloom. I will never bloom. I try to reach your heart, knock carefully on the door, but there was no nameplate, no number, nothing but my voice echoing in the silence. If love is a road, we walk toward each other, then you turned the corner and vanished, and I stood still and cried, carrying an addressless heart. I walk again today, words I'll never send, gripped tightly in my sleeve, and a name I'll never reach. I call again and again inside my chest. Someone asked me, shouldn't you let go by now? But what I had to let go wasn't the person, it was the heart I gave them. My heart stays in a place no one can find, like a letter that no one returns, just drifting through the same old words. With an addressless heart, I stand in the rain again, not because there's somewhere to go, but because there's nowhere to return. Would you ever know that someone's heart for so long, without a name, without an address, has waited only for you?
I couldn't say a word as I watch you walk away. My fingers reach for the empty air, my lips remain silent. Longing piled up, I emptied myself again and again. Yet your traces remained in the hollow of my heart. That's when the wind came, I welcomed it, reached out my hand. Please listen, just listen to what's inside me. I try to open up, but the wind didn't listen. Instead it pushed me hard. You fool, who will know your truth if you keep it locked away? The wind asked me if you hide your sorrow so well. Who do you expect to ever understand it? You left, you didn't hate me, you didn't cry, you simply turned away quietly. I couldn't believe that silence meant the end, so I waited, and then it was too late. Now I know love unspoken is love unknown. If you never show it, nothing is ever truly given. The wind taught me the weight of hidden feelings can be heavier than love itself. A rough wind blew, I couldn't escape. It dragged out every word I buried inside. Now I must say I missed you, it was always you. The wind didn't leave, it spun around me until every secret poured out of me. And in the end, it whispered harshly in my ear, it's too late now, you've gone too far, too late, you were already gone. A rough wind blew. You once said you liked me, and those words were my heart. You once said you loved me, and with that my whole world filled with you. Then one day you quietly turned away, and I hadn't let you go. That day the wind blew, whether it knew or not, it stayed near me for a while, then vanished, saying nothing. The wind said nothing at all, unaware of my tears, my trembling breath, it simply passed by. Love ended just like that, in silence, at the edge of that ending. I stood alone, I wanted to hold on to you just once, but my lips froze, and time swept you away. You looked away, and I lowered my gaze in that moment. Love drifted like a wind turning its back. Love was real between us, it was I wanted the wind to carry my heart to you, just in case you didn't know. But the wind only rustled, never carried what I felt. The wind said nothing at all. I wanted to speak of you, of love, of this goodbye, but no one listened, not you back then, not the wind now. All the same, they said nothing, and I now understand. Within that wind was a part of my heart carried away. I know now you won't come back, still I wait for that wind again, even if wordless, to brush past me once more. That day the wind didn't blow, so the paddle stayed on the river surface for a long time, as if it had lost its way. It circled and circled, hovered in front of me, then gently drifted away. That's when I realized to linger can be more painful than not flowing at all. I too sat by the river like you, unable to go or stay, holding a trembling heart heavy in my chest. If I took one step, would I drift farther from you? If I spoke one word, would tears pour down? So I said nothing, I just stayed there. What am I to do? The restless wind keeps asking me. What am I to do? The passing spring asks me again what I'm supposed to leave behind. You who left with the petals, they say you won't return, but still I wait in that same place for that one petal. The sunlight on the water keeps taking on your face. If I reach out, I feel I could touch you, but the moment I do, you scatter. I loved you but couldn't hold you. You vanished into the spring day. Even now I sit in the halted time, unable to flow, still in that same place. Even for a moment, could you come back to me? If only I had been a bit braver then. But you left without a word, like a petal leaving behind nothing but your faint retreat. What am I to do when love and time are just frozen scenes from
the spring that passed. What am I to do when this season gives me no answer?
The wind keeps circling the same path, and I keep chasing the same thoughts. The season she left came without warning, like the wind. That night under the streetlight, if I hadn't turned away first, where would we be now? Sometimes, just sometimes, that thought drifts in. I go where the wind moves. I no longer ask why. Like the wind never stays, I never stayed long in anyone's heart. She scattered me, and I never quite gathered myself again. So somewhere inside, I'm still a piece of wind. The wind blows with its own will, and I follow the path of my own. Even walking while trembling, that too is now a choice. I go where the wind moves, even if I stop someday. For now, this wind that follows me is my way. And if somewhere in her memory she's still smiling, then even in that wind, if just my name were drifting there, it wouldn't matter, not now. I go where the wind moves.
When did you leave? I can't quite remember. The sunlight that day felt just like today, and even the air was just as gentle. I didn't know then that an afternoon could be this silent. I didn't know your absence could empty out the world this much. A mug on the desk, yesterday's coffee, still unfinished, lingers in the cup. The seat where you used to sit still glows faintly in the sunlight. Where your warmth has faded, I trace the air with my fingertips, trying to recall what used to be there. A spring afternoon without you, so quiet, so hollow. Even
can't find your smile among them anymore. The bench where we once sat, your arm brushing mine. You were brighter than the sunlight, and now no one remains. Only after losing you did I begin to understand what love might have been. But it's too late now. The stillness you left behind, even seasons passing by, can't erase it. A spring afternoon without you, I still stand in the same place, searching for you in the sunlight. Your absence is so vast, even my shadow begins to resemble you at the far edge of the spring. And suddenly I realize again, you'll never return. I cannot go back to that afternoon, to the version of you from that time. Now, only now do I understand. Only now do I regret.
I now walk the embankment where we once strolled together. You knelt down by the roadside violets and gently kissed the flower, bowing your head. That small gesture once warmed the whole world. Now all of it remains only in memory. The sunlight sparkled that day. We walked without a word, yet in that silence your hand held mine, and in that touch all the words were there. I realize now that was love, though I didn't know it then. Where does love go when it never comes true? You disappeared, but the moments remain. All those warm scenes still live within me. Even after seasons pass, they don't fade. When the song we once loved plays suddenly on the radio, I stop in my tracks and return to that spring day, to the place where you smiled with me. My heart still lingers there, for longing can sometimes flow backward through time. There were words I couldn't say, though I loved you. I thought I knew your heart, yet never asked. I wanted to give you mine, yet showed only half. And so we slowly misaligned, until in the end we let each other go. Love unfulfilled cannot be called over. Its breath still stirs in a corner of my heart. Even as seasons change, your name writes the wind. really laugh like that, with my eyes smiling before my lips. What was hidden in that laughter? Now I can't remember anymore. In the sunlight where we once sat, with warm teacups and trembling leaves, was that love? Or just the moment before love became real? Where did that day's laughter go? That look left behind, only where you used to be. I still turn back sometimes just to follow that smile. You never knew, did you, how that smile helped me live? How that day was an entire season to me. Was I the one who forgot, or did I lose it somehow? If I could smile like that again, maybe I'd be more than I am now. Where did that day's laughter go? Even knowing I can't bring it back, I still stand in place, because that smile was my spring. Do you remember that smile? The quiet warmth it carried, that soundless joy that made us glow. Even now I keep asking, where did that day's laughter go? Had forgotten, but suddenly your laughter comes rushing back. That place that sent even your tone so vivid. I may have forgotten you, but memory, it seems, has not forgotten me. Everything should have faded, and yet why is it only that day's conversation whispers back so clearly the words I said, the way you looked away just for a moment? Memory refuses to let it go. Memory has its own way, appearing uninvited like a dream slipping in. And on nights I wish to forget, it stays even deeper inside me. Love and regret, they're all long gone, but memory keeps replaying them over and over. Time surely moves forward, but my heart, it keeps turning back.
It's all a story from the past, yet I find myself living it again as if it were now. Yes, memory does as it pleases, but because of those memories I was able to live through spring. Though I let you go, those days allowed me to promise the next season. Memory has its own way, like a film that never fades. It quietly follows me. It hurts but also warms me. That in-between feeling shapes who I am today. Spring fades quietly like that. You are no longer here, but your memory remains. And because of it, I wait for the next season, living on with the heart ready to blue again.
You said nothing at all, just sat beside me like sunlight. You couldn't have known how broken I was, and yet you stayed. Just a warm cup of tea, and it's okay, you're someone worth being. Your hands offered warmth instead of words. Spring entered my winter through you. Sunlight and petals fell gently upon me that day. A smile I had never bloomed before unfolded without me knowing. More than anyone's words, more than anyone's comfort, the way you quietly stayed, that alone kept me alive. Even if it was just a passing season, you were truly my spring that day. A feeling like petals, only visible beneath the sunlight. Like sunlight touching a shadowed heart. The memory of you falling into me. That warmth didn't last for long, but its trace still trembles inside me. You made me bloom, though I never truly reached you. At the heart of that spring, we were for a moment together. Like sunlight and petals, holding each other in that afternoon. Like a silent murmur, harder than words.
Back then I didn't know, even as we felt each other's warmth, I didn't see it for what it was, love. Too easily we long for everything else. When your fingertips brushed mine, perhaps I was already chasing some illusion. That was the arrogance of my youth. Love was there, so why was I searching for another name? You were right there, and even as I held you, I never truly embraced you. If I could return to that time, could I hold you tighter? No. Even now I'm not sure. Back then I knew nothing. Bloomed yet never fully, that was our love. It blossomed before us, yet we never captured it in our eyes. The flower was beautiful, but we didn't know just how fleeting that beauty was. I loved you, but I didn't know what that meant, so I didn't hold on harder, didn't look into you deeper. Youth is always thirsty, and that thirst made me spill even what I already held. The spring, that was you. We could return to that time. Could we love each other more? At the edge of that season, I still recall your laughter. Bloomed yet never fully, that was the name we bore. We loved, but knew it too late. Only after it had withered did I realize that love was real. The flower had truly bloomed. Yes, the flower did bloom, only we never truly saw each other. I was holding you and you were within me, yet still we never said we had loved one another. There is no return, so I live embracing this memory, that love which bloomed yet never fully. The tree stood silently, not a word spoken, not even swaying in the breeze. I leaned beside it quietly and let my breath settle. Its shadow covered my shoulders. The light paused near my feet. No one asked anything, and I explained nothing. It was just that kind of moment. One day I laid my heart down in a patch of shade, and the warmth of that tree carried me through a season, a nameless, wordless moment. Yet it's the one I remember most. Someone passed beneath the tree. Maybe someone stopped and asked, what kind of tree is this? I couldn't answer because I never knew.
here at the same time, in the spot where you once faced me with a cup of coffee. I begin a conversation without you. The sunlight is no different from the day you left. It's warm, but it no longer warms my heart. You left without a word, so I speak alone, not expecting you to hear, but just to prove that I'm still alive. A shadow stretches across the bench, the wind brushes past without a reply, just like the look you gave me at the end. Empty bench, one soliloquy. The only thing that stays is memory. Even carrying your absence, I live through today and gently place my heart in the place where you sat. Seasons pass, people come and go, but I trace back time from this bench. When a nameless leaf falls on my lap, I treat it like you. Even the smallest moments become prayers for you. Though our conversation is over, the words inside me still flow. I look at the place where you used to be and speak my heart. Empty bench, one soliloquy. No matter how much time goes by, this place was once ours, and I hope someone will remember that. Yes, now I know you're not coming back, but this bench was the last place our time remained. I won't leave as long as these memories stay. One soliloquy left behind, like a daily journal. Goodbye season that has passed. When did you slip so far away? While I looked away for a moment, you quietly turned your back. Goodbye love that once bloomed. The time we laughed together now fades beyond the window, just a blurred wet shadow. Goodbye, my youth, that stayed awake for countless nights. Those burning words, those clumsy promises, all now sunk into this rain. Now I simply sit by the window, unable to lift my head until this rain ends. The spring rain carries
like a flower in rain. It was just an ordinary day, warming my coffee, opening the window, not thinking of you for a brief moment. A single raindrop hit the glass, that was the beginning. Emotions crept in through the cracks, like water spreading across the floor. Words I thought I'd forgotten, the face I avoided, the blurred voice all filled me defenseless. Suddenly, the monsoon began. I said nothing. If I spoke, tears would have come first. I went nowhere, everywhere, felt soaked already. Our final conversation, like a damp journal page, the ink smudged, no longer readable. So instead of drying the memory, I folded it back up into the damp drawer of my heart. Was our love just a passing shower, or a monsoon that never ends within me? The monsoon continues, emotions I thought forgotten seeping slowly again. Still I stand by the window of that day, unable to dry this soaked heart. Even now, I quietly wipe this heart brimming with water. The rain outside says nothing, it only asks, are you still in there? The river flowed in silence while I remained in place. A lone boat by the riverside, that boat was me. After you left, everything came to a halt. Even time seemed to fall asleep, and the scenery said nothing, like an empty boat by the river. My heart stayed where it was, hoping you might return one day to climb aboard again. A quiet wish I held inside. The rain gently fell, covering my thoughts. Emotions soaking in like water. Do you know this kind of stillness? empty boat by the river. I still haven't gone anywhere, even as seasons passed me by. I was always waiting for you, like the river that flows wordlessly. Perhaps my heart will drift too, but that one lone boat still waits, hoping you might one day return to it.
Somewhere in the dawn, I heard the whistle of a train cutting through the morning silence. And like that train, my heart was already far ahead of me. The time we shared laid itself down like rails, and the footprints left behind still guide me forward, like a story that never ends. You and I hold on to the hope that we still continue. And so today again, I walk this track toward you. There were storms that left rust behind, but even then, we were walking the same path. The train is gone, but the tracks remain. And somewhere on this road, our hearts are still echoing in rhythm. Like a tale with no final chapter, our memories bloom again and again. I place them gently, one by one, along this rail and step forward, always toward you, to the place where these endless tracks lead. May you be walking too, and if we're both still on this path, perhaps, just perhaps, we'll meet again somewhere down the line.
Rain fell on the street, familiar yet somehow strange. An umbrella tossed over my head. I walked with no expression beneath it. It was the road we used to share, now it's just me. My soaked shoulder weighed less than happened to pass by. I didn't want you to know it was me. Raindrops said nothing, and neither did the people. But as everything washed away, the memories became clearer. Raindrops said nothing, and neither did the people. But as everything washed away, the memories became clearer. We never thought we'd part. Your silhouette that day, when I looked back, we were already too far apart. A rain-soaked umbrella, standing alone with me beneath. Where did it all go wrong? Even now, I still don't know. The sky cried, and so did I, like the quiet back of someone leaving. Under this umbrella, I remain, getting soaked without a single word.
In the corner where we always sat, today I was there alone. The film hadn't even started yet, but memories were already playing under dimmed lights. Your laughter, your gestures, all those scenes appeared not on screen, but before my eyes, like an empty seat at the cinema. My heart remains alone, trying to replay the warmth we once shared. It used to be love. Now only silence remains. Those days ran longer than any runtime. Subtitles of the heart kept scrolling. In that same seat, I rewound you again and again. Time flows toward the credits, but we stay paused on one particular scene, the one we never wanted to leave. Like an empty seat at the cinema, the moments with you still sit quietly unseen, yet deeply felt, a story told by one. Though the movie has ended, I couldn't bring myself to leave. Even as the credits rolled, our love still lingered, projecting softly on the screen.
of my heart.
The rain had just stopped, puddles shimmered along the crosswalk. People folded their umbrellas, stepping gently, 1 foot at a time. The sky reflected in the water was still a little gray. Someone stood there with earphones in, eyes pale and far away, waiting quietly for the light to change. Someone else fixed their half-wet shirt and let their thoughts walk on ahead of them. In that moment, at that place, we all stood still for a while, just knowing we had crossed the same rain made us feel a little closer. Though no words were spoken in those glances, there was a small silent kind of comfort. The light turned green, everyone moved again, back into streets that didn't speak. Hearts damp with weather began to dry a little as we walked across the lines. Were you there too that day, standing without an umbrella, watching the rain evaporate from the skin of the world? That strange calm, that brief warmth, do you remember it? In that moment, on that street, so many quiet hearts brushed past one another. Everyone moved on, but that crosswalk after the rain, it held a trace of something like relief. We passed without names, but that pause lingered long inside me. Maybe it's in moments like these that the world softens just a little.
I walk that street every day, past the flower shop, down the quiet alley. There was a bench, always still. I passed it without thought, never knowing it might have been waiting for me. Then one day, after After the rain had stopped, I sat down with a cup of coffee. I watched the flowers blooming quietly, saying nothing, but feeling the warmth left behind in that spot. That one bench I always walked past, so many days layered on its wooden seat. A breath that paused there somehow began to open a part of me I'd left closed. It wasn't words, just a memory speaking first. After that, I found myself sitting there more often, watching people walk by, sorting through the pieces of the day. It became a space where I could hear my own thoughts whispering back to me. That bench is still there. To others, it's just a place to rest. But for me, it holds warm air from that afternoon, brief glances, and a quiet conversation that never needed to be spoken aloud. That one bench I always walked past, since the day I finally sat down, there's been a small space in my day to pause, a short stillness that helps me hold on to what might have otherwise slipped away. I still walk that street, the flowers bloom, people pass by, and that bench still looks back at me. Someday I'll sit there again and share another quiet conversation with no words at all.
While walking, I quietly stepped aside. The heart that always rushed ahead felt unusually calm today. In that space where the wind passed gently, I chose to just watch. Some were hurrying by, some approaching from afar, and in between I stood still and truly saw the things I had missed, the ones I had forgotten, finally came into view. What I saw from the edge of the road were the moments I almost overlooked, and the feelings that had waited quietly in my heart. In that moment, everything whispered, it's okay to be slow. I still didn't know which way to go, but from where I stood, I let my heart rest for the first time. Just by pausing, the world looked different. begin to hear the sounds, see the lights, feel the breath that's been with you all along. They start to speak to you. What I saw from the edge of the road was the meaning behind my journey so far, and the courage to move forward, being quietly shaped. When I let go of speed, I could finally see my own heart clearly. Not every road is meant to be rushed. Perhaps this quiet place I paused was the true destination where I met myself most deeply.
This familiar alleyway, every year around this time, the fallen leaves pile up and every step reminds me of the days I've lived. That day we walked together, our eyes met without a word. Just quiet smiles now swaying back into memory with the breeze. On this leaf-covered alleyway, there are feelings that arrive before the season. Longing lingers as sound pressed into the heart, like footsteps in the soil. Some loves are held more deeply in a single leaf than in 1,000 words, and that weight quietly brings me to my knees.
noise, a familiar melody slipped in. I couldn't catch the lyrics, but the voice was unmistakable. Something you used to love, that tone I'd heard before. Suddenly my heart felt so true. Like a rain-soaked radio antenna, my emotions can't seem to tune in right. But that one name, it rang clear through the static, echoing vividly through the haze. Even when I thought I moved on, music pulled the memory back, like droplets clinging to an old antenna. Longing gathered and trembled again. Like an old cassette tape, the music, the memory, they don't fade away so easily. Your name, a signal that never disappears. When the soaked antenna finds that song again, I'll think of you once more and stay a moment longer, with your name echoing inside. Someday, somewhere, if that melody plays again, I'll tune in quietly and whisper your name. A drop clings to the glass, just like my words clung to silence. You sat across eyes lowered, neither of us brave enough to speak what trembled inside. Condensation and heartbeats, time cooled what once burned. We smiled carefully, as if too much warmth might crack the moment. A single drop on the glass held more meaning than we dared say. So close yet never touching, like feelings that never cross the line. Later I thought, if I had wiped that drop away, would you have stopped me? Would you have taken my hand? Or would we still have stayed silent? Not every closeness is connection, not every stillness is peace. Some distance is chosen with trembling care. The drop on the glass still lingers in my memory, not for what we said, but for what we couldn't. And in that silence, where nothing happened, so much was felt, so much stayed,
stumbled over a small pebble in that instant. My thoughts stopped too, abrupt and quiet. There was no pain, but the place where I stood felt both unfamiliar and strangely known. Maybe the memories I'd passed had piled up like pebbles beneath me. A thought that stumbled over a pebble. It was a small shock that woke me up, a forgotten feeling dropped quietly onto my feet. And I realized that walking also means learning how to stop. I wanted to just sit there without rushing forward. The path ahead seemed less important than the state I was in. For the first time, I looked at myself, just standing still, without a word. Then a thought surfaced. Why was I in such a hurry back then? Even though I tripped a little, I didn't fall. Nothing broke, and only now do I know that meant I was okay. A thought that stumbled over a pebble, a realization that didn't hurt. I wasn't lost, just pausing to find myself again. It wasn't failure when a still moment meant to help me walk further. Each other. Even now, I sometimes stop without meaning to, for reasons too small to explain. But something inside always shifts, just like that day when I stumbled over nothing and quietly reset the direction of my steps. I opened the door with quiet care, hoping you might still be there. In the air that once felt strange, your familiar breath reached me first. I didn't know how to begin, just a glance, a quiet nod. Between us, there was more warmth left behind than cold time could ever steal. The moment we faced each other again, we didn't need to speak to understand. The wounds had passed and our hearts still lingered there. Though we had changed a little, the feeling remained exactly where it had been. Time, perhaps, was silence made for us. When you looked at me without a single word, it became the warmest thing I'd ever heard.
thought it had faded like an old song, but what returned was deeper than before. The feeling hadn't vanished, it had only lost its way. The moment we faced each other again, our words bloomed slowly, awkward yet honest. Shadows of the past can no longer divide us. Just by looking at each other, we understood it wasn't a new beginning, but a step forward from where we'd quietly paused.
I tried not to step where I did yesterday, so I placed my feet just slightly to the side. And there it was, a scene I hadn't noticed before, and a part of me I hadn't met yet. Maybe I'll walk the same path every day, but when I feel different inside, even the road shifts ever so slightly. And today I wanted to believe that was enough. Trying not to step where I did yesterday, I ended up meeting a new version of myself. It wasn't a completely new road, but the rhythm in me had changed, and that was real. No one else might see it, but I do. A tiny change, a subtle shift, but it nudged me forward just a little more than yesterday. Staying in place feels safe, but my heart has always been moving. Today I simply chose to follow that movement. Honestly, trying not to step where I did yesterday. I let my feelings lead me for the first time, and no matter where they go, the small freedom quietly bloomed. The streets stayed the same, but I didn't, and that changed, no matter how quiet, made everything look just a little different today. I was walking a path that felt more like mine.
there was always a shadow in front. Sometimes I wondered, was it me? Or a trace of someone I used to follow? So familiar, it felt even more distant. The shadow never said a word, but matched every one of my steps. Like we'd been walking this road together for years, close enough to feel near, yet always out of reach. A familiar shadow on the road. It felt like it moved before my heart did. Sometimes it seemed like it was leading, and I was simply following along in silence. One moment I stopped, and the shadow stopped too. That's when I realized I hadn't been chasing it. It was a part of me born from memories I never let go. Have you ever felt that too? Following someone's shadow, only to find your own reflection hidden inside it. Familiarity, I learned, often means we never truly forgot. A familiar shadow on the road, but it no longer stops me. I walk beside it, same direction, but not being pulled anymore. No matter the road, the shadow walks with me. Whether it's longing, regret, or just a version of who I once was. Walking side by side with my shadow now feels like the calmest thing I've ever done. Because where there's light, there's always a piece of me following quietly behind.
Just smile. There wasn't much meaning to it. It came before the words, just a curl of the lips, like a reply that came a little too late. No one heard it, no one smiled back, but somehow that smile lingered in the air, as if someone had overheard my quiet monologue. That smile didn't lift my heart or comfort anyone else. It was just a habit, the last emotion that surfaced before I closed my mouth. Since then, I've wondered if that smile was real, or if it was pretend. Why do we learn to smile, before we ever learn to speak. Have you ever done that too? With no one around, you smiled like it was a reflex, like it filled the hollow space that opened in your chest when no words would come. That smile held a meaning I couldn't even explain to myself. It didn't vanish, it stayed like a soliloquy, and even now I feel it rise again, quietly within me. Some smiles last longer than memories, some settle deeper than words ever could. And maybe the one smile, the one no one hummed, was the truest confession I ever made. Since then, I've wondered if that smile was real, or if it was pretend. Why do we learn to smile before we ever learn to speak? Have you ever learned to speak?
Every morning as I wake, I open my phone without thinking, just to see if there's a message from you. Even if there isn't, it still feels like a quiet way of saying hello. When I drink coffee by the window, something you said comes to mind, followed by that soft laugh. Nothing special really, just you gently folded into the fabric of my day. You became my little habit, same street, same time, a melody quietly repeating in the rhythm of my ordinary. Don't fade away, stay like this warm presence I barely notice but always feel. At sunset, I say your name under my breath. No reply, but still, it feels like you're right here. I guess it's just this habit of you taking root in my every step. Love doesn't always arrive in grand gestures or loud promises. Sometimes it's in the way your name shows up in my thoughts. Again and again, that alone
day I realized this habit of you was the way I stayed whole, the way I stayed warm at the beginning and the end of my every. There you are.
On this familiar morning ride, I leaned by the window watching scenes rush past my eyes, and somehow I felt I was drifting right along with them. Graffiti on worn down walls, narrow alleys passing by, sunlight sneaking through fog glass. Each piece reminded me of a feeling from a forgotten day, like the scenery outside the subway window. The heart too pauses briefly, then moves on again, like all the people we pass by but never meet. Alone or together, we all carry different views, while sharing the same space, quietly facing the velocity of our lives. Not every shared pace means our hearts beat in sync. Sometimes the window told the truth. I couldn't speak aloud, and I trusted that quiet view. Some days I miss things in the blur of passing frames, but often what we pass by stays sharper than what we hold on to. Not at the last stop, but somewhere along this journey, I turn another page of the view and gently gather the loose ends of my thoughts.
Maybe it was that day when you and I looked at each other just a little longer. No words exchanged, but something quietly shifted between us. The road we walked together started to feel a bit more special. Even the silence that once felt awkward turned warm. We gently began to see the same direction. You and I, the first time we touching in that delicate tension. We found each other somewhere between far and near. Every time I saw you, something quietly changed in me without anyone noticing, even myself. My heart had already begun to lean toward you. Since that day, started to shimmer in a new way. From the moment you and I became two in a different sense. Maybe even now we're still writing the story that began that day. You and I, our journey all started from becoming us for the first time. Light scatters at the windowsill, a warm mug in my hands. Your shadow quietly slips into the rhythm of my day. Without a single word, warmth travels through your gaze. This moment, just us two, feels nothing short of perfect. A day with you fills up even with nothing much. Amid the city's noise, we carry our own quiet universe. At the long day's end, your voice lights up like a lamp. In our familiar goodbyes, I find myself falling for today. I've learned doesn't live in grand miracles, but lingers deeper in the gentle repetition of the everyday. Every day with you shines with a different warmth, even when we walk the same old road. Our seasons quietly change, so tomorrow too, may this quiet joy remain. once again fill me whole.
At the end of the day, you quietly came to mind. Your silent gaze was the warmest sight I saw today. One familiar word can never say it all, so I want to say it more often. I love you today too. This feeling renews each day, deeper than yesterday, more certain than tomorrow, for the simple reason of today. I love you. The moments when you smiled turn into little lanterns in me, softly lighting up the dark of the day. Because of that light, I find myself loving again. Loving again. Love is a prayer I want to keep whispering, quiet yet undeniable, a confession that colors every day of my life. Today, yesterday, and all tomorrows, my love for you doesn't waver. Even if the world changes, let me say just this again and again. I love you today too. With those words I begin, with those words I end, unnoticed by the world, but spoken truly from the deepest place in me.
Come over the hill, drift past city towers, brushing the flags of government buildings, gliding gently among the people. I greet the flowers and trees, tickling the ears of the living. And from one end of the city to the other, today again I carry spring with me.
Lovers on a bench whisper sweet nothings into each other's ears. Their love always dreams of eternity, giggling close, inseparable. I smile faintly and hurry past them on my way.
When I see children, my spirit grows light. Their laughter bursts like petals, fountains, rays of sun, illuminating everything, dazzling and bright. As I pass by them, I hum a little tune without realizing. Even in the gloved hands of the fish stall lady, spring clings fresh mackerel today. She calls, but noticing a stray cat loitering beneath the parasol, she tears off a piece of fish she was cleaning
And flicks it toward the cat. The elders seated on park benches carry silences as deep and golden as the sunset. When a dog out walking with a child wags its tail, they slowly reach out a hand to gently pat its back. Spring settles on their wrinkled hands.
Today gay again, I turn the cafe corner, pass beneath street lamps, and catch my breath at the alley's end. In every place I pass, I leave behind small smiles and a trace of warmth. So pulses with life, it dances with youth, lives on change and passion, and of all hold freedom and love. Today again, I ride the breath of this city. Spring already lives within our hearts. It blooms from us and through us bears fruit, mountains and fields, heart to heart, quietly, peacefully blossom and spread. Today again, I move among the people sharing this gift. The spring of soul is a love we all have bloomed, whispering that truth. Today again, I move among the people, singing and dancing through them. Today again, I move among the people, singing and dancing through them.
You always spoke of freedom and justice. You cried for truth, for the equality of all. But behind your words, arrogance, rudeness, and quiet deceit. Our questions were silenced, our lives crushed beneath careless feet, pushed to the margins again and again. So we became candles, one small flame met another, and the square blazed into light. We stood back to back, enduring the bitter winds, and proved there's nowhere left for lies to hide. We won't forget that day. Hands joined in the cold, voices rose like a tidal wave through the freezing air. This spring belongs to no one, it belongs to all of us. Spring was never something to wait for. It was a promise we made and a promise we kept. One whisper, then another grew into a chorus of truth. When we placed broken bouquets in each other's hands, we bloomed again as fearless flowers. Spring is not just drifting petals, but the will to remember and the trust to believe. And on crowd. Soul Spring began with all of us, and today it begins anew. Not by chance, but by every hand that held the light. Come, let's go again with new steps, hand in hand through the city we made. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Big sneakers and leather goods, winter herded boots I wore all season. Inside them my toes curled, holding in the cold. Then came a spring day, sunlight spreading freely, and I stretched out, walking the spring roads in slippers. Kids burst out of classrooms, dragging their slippers down the hallway. Leaving trails of footprints across the sunlit schoolyard. Slippers were the door to spring. Come on in, they seemed to say. But to me, slippers also became a cruel weapon in memory. Back in the days when we called them surepa, inside gray classrooms packed like bean sprouts. Dusty chalkboard, spring air softening the mood, only to be shattered by a flying blue slipper. One word of protest, one shift from attention stance. That's all it took for a slipper to strike the back of my neck. Spitting with a growl, smearing it on the sole of the slipper, and smashing it down on our foreheads without hesitation. One day she pressed her chewed gum onto the slipper stove and ground it into my brother's shaved head. A middle schooler, that teacher, I wonder if she's now raising her own kids in peace. At the school gate, we always had to keep our heads low, like little convicts, apologizing just for being there. That was the time a slipper better called Serta-ba held in someone's hand. It trampled our dreams, young and defenseless. But now the kids today, they bring spring right from their toes with every step. Oh, slipper, I still can't forgive that teacher. A slipper. When I see kids wearing slippers to school, my eyes sting with old tears. Back then the Zappa made me burn with rage. Now the slipper makes me quietly smile. Spring is everywhere. weekend, driving down the highway, an hour and a half from Seoul. A tiny sign tucked between rice fields, this way to the weekend farm. What began as curiosity is now a habit of hoeing soil for this couple in their 50s. The husband grabs his tools, already digging. Wife pulls out her phone, searches YouTube, and plays the song she loves. Trot rhythms bounce through the breeze. He digs deeper in time with the beat. She teases him with a smile. Can't you make those rows any straighter? Handing him a bowl of water, still smiling, he sighs. Woo! Farming's no joke, gulps it down. Ah, that's the stuff. Even butterflies swirl around, singing, oh, life is good. Let's eat before we work more. A mat is spread and a bundle of kimbap is open from behind her back. Ta-da! A bottle of makgeolli appears. He grins, what about driving? She smirks, today I'm the chauffeur. The smoky wind of the city is now a breeze of flower petals here. A long day slips by, their hearts now scented with earth and spring. Seedlings side by side. Will they grow? Well, you think you're blooming more beautifully than them these days. He dusts off his muddy pants with his cap. They walk the edge of the field as dusk falls. We farm a small patch of land, but in spirit we're landowners. Big ones. In the trunk, local green onions, 2 trays of eggs. Let's plant some crown daisy next week, sure. 2 bottles of makgeolli. Outside, the sunset burns crimson, and only laughter lingers in the quiet field. Even on borrowed land, living without greed, this spring is all ours, a spring of our own.
Ah, that hits lost. A glass of makgeolli with a John. On a day when spring rain whispers quietly, I sit back on an old chair in a humble tavern. A slice of pajon, a glass of makgeolli, goes down smooth like an old K-trot song. Along the market alleys, that savory smell drifts in the air, and one by one, people come soaked from the rain, weighed down by their day. Their clothes are damp, and so are their hearts. Nothing beats pajeon and makgeolli on a rainy day. Someone laughs over army stories, another curses the world to ease their chest, bragging about the kids, grumbling about husbands, sighs and stories fill the table. They clink their cups and shake off the day.
cheers, one glass then another. Oh, on rainy days it's gotta be Pajan and makgeolli. Life sizzles like batter in a pan, then goes down soft and warm. As the hours pass, so do we, floating gently along the sound of the rain. Tired hearts, lonely days, all melt and wash away in the drizzle. A slice of Pajan held by chopsticks, a bowl of makgeolli lifted by laughter, raindrops tapping gently at the window. And without words, we begin to lean into each other. The night deepens, the kettle empties, and our stories pour out, never quite ending. For every empty cup, another is filled, each with a tale cooking slowly in this rainy alley. And drip drop, the raindrops start to dance. Sizzle, sizzle, golden brown, the Pajan cooks just right. Our hearts, our laughter, they rise and spread, warm like the scent of makgeolli. Excuse me, another Pajan with makgeolli over here. This table too. One more round, please. In this rainy alley with makgeolli in hand, another day slowly sizzles into the scent of Pajan.
Of the market, the sign is worn and faded, but inside the gukbap house, the madam hums like boiling broth. Kungjak, 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 kungjak.
Steam rising high, the gukbap is boiling, and so is our love bubbling along. She taps the ladle to the beat, a trot melody laid like garnish on top.
Kungjak, kungjak, kungjak. One Sunday gukbap, please.
Coming right up with a ladle full of love. She spins her ladle like a microphone.
The spotlight hers, her stage always open. Kungjak, kungjak, kungjak.
The gukbap house madame is the queen of trot. Between the floating garnishes, life gently sways. A twinkle in her eye, a warm dialect in her voice. She guards the heart of this alley once again today. Oh, madame, that song of yours, what a soulful tune.
A bright dream, singing behind the stage deep into the night. Love and life boiled hot like gukbap, but the world was tough and youth drifted away like steam.
Now she stirs life with the ladle instead of a mic, but her first love song she never let go.
Kungjak, 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 kungjak. Between bowls of gukbap, a trot line flows,
and the regulars know it, her deep, bold melody.
Irregular tears up over a drink. She sets down a bowl beside him. Here, eat while listening to this one. One verse from the madam. Kungjak, 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 kungjak. No comfort in the world compares.
up weary days in hot broth and sends them off to a single verse. They laugh, they cry, they live again. This alley is her stage, and today she sings once more. Madame, that song, that flavor we'll never forget. Here she comes, our truck queen. Kunjak, 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 kunjak. Steam rising high, the good bath is boiling, and so is our love bubbling along. Kunjak, kunjak, kunjaja, kunjak.
On a warm, sunny Saturday morning, a breeze teased the curtains as he slipped through the window. The man of few words spoke up first. Should we do a little spring cleaning today? The kids frowned at first, dragging their feet, but soon they were racing out to help. Dolly opened the veranda windows wide, shaking off winter and welcoming spring.
Her husband wiped dust from the ceiling corners. The kids pushed the vacuum and rinsed out rags. Dolly smiled quietly to herself.
When was the last time we were all this in sync?
Opening the drawer in the small room, her fingers brushed against an old letter, handwritten words from their dating days. Still careful and neat, brushed past her like spring wind.
Let's order lunch today, her husband declared. The kids and Dolly shouted in perfect unison.
Jajangmyeon and 탕수육. All four of them burst into laughter as soon as the delivery guy left.
They sat around the sofa mixing jajangmyeon.
탕수육.
Dad liked um악, the kids preferred chikmak. Dolly, she went both ways.
With cleaning done and the kids napping, he brought out 2 mugs of coffee to the terrace. We did pretty good today.
Huh? Maybe we should clean again tomorrow? Dolly leaned gently against his shoulder, sunlight glinting off the coffee in their cups. That quiet happiness melted into her chest like a soft wave.
In the kitchen, the sound of chopping onions, a careful hand adding just a drop more soy sauce. Dolly tied her apron once again, seasoning the bulgogi with love. Kids, tonight's a bulgogi party. The little ones rubbed their eyes and ran out from sleep, filling the living room with chatter and giggles. Like the savory smell of grilled meat, laughter filled the house. The house was clean, their hearts warm. Dolly sank into the couch, let out a quiet breath, and gently folded this day into memory. The dust of winter now gone. What once felt tiring or unfair will remain not as complaints, but as warm echoes of laughter. Dolly's family spring cleaning day wrapped in love. Spring is here, they said, and under the wall, Forsythia woke first, waving her pink
dancing with joy. Our dog at home lies flat on the floor, deep in sleep, until sunshine tickles his nose. He stays still, but his tail begins to wag and dance, swaying soft. Down the alley by the mill, a loud pop from roasting corn. The pigeons flap, startled, darkening the sky as they rise. Waves of wings, dancing high. A child at the bus stop lets go of a paper bag. It flies into the breeze, spinning once then twice, dancing in circles in the air. Keen young gum from the ginkgo house down to Shadamakgarli sings a line of Chunyanga Jumsuk Demardi. His shoulders start to sway, he dances bold and proud. School is just out, backpacks barely hanging on. Kids run through the alleys, laughing, shouting, chattering, their feet already dancing. Even the plum tree by the apartment, branches twitching gently. Pink blossoms stretch and bloom as petals open their sleepy eyes. They sway and dance in rhythm. Spring without a word steps in ever so quietly. Beasts and trees and people too, it lifts them all step by step. Yes, it makes the whole world dance. So yes, spring is dancing. Let's shrug our shoulders, twist our waists, and just like that, dance right into it. Hey, spring is dancing, yeah, yeah. Hey, spring is dancing, yeah, yeah. And now, so am I. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. And now, so am I. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. I just walked in for a quick little trim. Didn't plan to stay, just in and out again. Oh no, but then she smiled with those deep dark eyes, and I was frozen, couldn't move, stuck inside. She's shining bright like neon lights, moving so smooth like she's dancing in time. Soft hands, warm laugh, whisper so sweet. Oh no, time slows down, but for me it's running fast. The guys keep coming in, damn, there goes another one. They act like they don't know, but I see through their disguise. Okay, beauty salon, we just fell for her. Oh, no way out, trapped inside her stare. One little glance, one little smile, and I'm done, so are they. Oh, my queen, there's no escape, we're all the same.
not the cut. It's her, it's her, it's only her. She's shining bright like neon lights, moving so smooth like she's dancing in time. Soft hands, warm laugh, whisper so sweet. Oh no, time slows down, but for me it's running fast. The guys keep coming in, damn, there goes another one. They act like they don't know, but I see through their disguise. Okay, beauty salon, we just fell for her. Oh, no way out, trapped inside her stare. One little glance, one little smile, and I'm done, so are they. Oh my queen, there's no escape, we're all the same. Just show up, staring at her, just waiting in line. They pretend they're here for a cut, but we all know why. We all know why. Locked inside her world, and we don't even wanna leave. We all know why. Okay, beauty salon, I just fell for her. Okay, beauty salon, just waiting in line. Okay, beauty salon, we all fell for her. Okay, beauty salon, just waiting in line. Like always, today felt just like yesterday, but somehow tonight feels a little different. Another same old day, watching the boss dodging the junior, staring at the copier like it might answer me. A cup of vending machine coffee and kimchi jjigae at lunch. Rice stirred into the broth, eaten alone, just like always. But today someone left a bag of snacks on my desk. Who was it? Maybe Ideri from planning, with that smile, those crescent-shaped eyes. A short stroll down that fantasy was the only soft light in my day. Evening came just like always. I sat under the neon of the convenience store, poured water into the cup, lime, popped open a beer. First sip for the stress, second while waiting for the lime to bloom. People walk by in pairs, in silence, in slumps. Every face wore the same fatigue in the glass. My reflection looked just like theirs, tired, small, but for this moment I was free. Cup, ramen, and beer like always, the can's almost empty. Then a breeze from the alley stirred something, and there in a crack beside the bench a white dandelion had quietly bloomed. White dandelion, the kind you don't see much these days. In streets overtaken by loud yellow imports, you bloom quietly but firmly. I didn't know you were still here, but you are, steady, alive, rooted in your place. Still, just because today was heavy doesn't mean tomorrow must be the same. This time alone every night has always mattered to me. White dandelion, you bloomed where no one looked, and I think you were telling me it's okay, you can bloom tum-tum. I finish the beer and stand, but some fall. The darkness brightens the street. Like always, this city's night smells metallic, like wet coins and something left unsaid. But it's not all bad. I buy a few more beers, look once more at
was a cold one. You stayed by the window, just wagging your tail, following my footsteps quietly with those moody, longing eyes. But then the breeze slipped through the door, sunlight danced across the floor before I even said let's go out. Your nose was stiffened, ears were up, tail spinning fast. Spinning at the door full of joy, even before your leash was clipped on. Your paw prints on the grassy field lit like musical notes in the wind. Stopping at every corner, sniffing out stories the winter had hidden. I looked at you and smiled. You looked at me and smiled right back. It's the weekend, I'm whistling a tune. Your favorite duck jerky, packed the whole bag. Sweet potato, pumpkin, carrot, steamed just right. I roll some kimbap, grab a drink or two. You wag your tail in big lazy loops. I hum along with a grin. Spring is blooming gently right here between me and you. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. Oh, 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 leaves are sprouting, skies are light and clear. Your footsteps, your happy breath pull me into a run. Oh, puppy, let's go greet the spring. Oh, 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 now that winter's past, maybe life will be a little kinder. And maybe, just maybe, more of our days will bloom like flowers. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. And maybe we'll smile more days, like blossoms in the breeze. Puppy, let's go greet the spring. Let's go greet the spring. Let's go together.
sauce into a steel bowl, frying golden egg strips. She pauses, gazing blankly out the window. Spring has deepened, and as the cherry blossoms settle like snow on the hill road, she remembers him, the one whose wrist she never dared to hold. On days when blossoms fall in a sudden flurry, her heart stirs again. They rode the same bus, but she only followed him quietly from a distance. Never touched his hand, barely even said his name. Just blushed, smiled. It was a season when waiting was a form of love. I wonder where he is now. Whom is he spend his spring with? His smile warm like this gimbap, gentle like the scent of sesame oil. When he crosses her mind, she smiles without meaning to, and wraps one more gimbap for someone who'll never know. They're carrying a piece of her spring. What he loved wasn't the egg or the pickled radish. Maybe it was her hesitation, her eyes that couldn't quite meet his, her clumsy shyness. She had known then that love wasn't about reaching out, but about quietly staying in the same place, waiting to be seen. The radio hums a K-trot tune, a soft croon full of longing. She's halfway through wrapping a roll when cherry blossoms catch her eye again. Mrs. My kimbap ready yet? She had drifted off. She adds one more drizzle of sesame oil and replies, yes, coming right up. Does he still remember me? No, it's enough that I remember him. Life has been heavy with love, with work, but somehow I've made it this far. And on a spring day like this, when blossoms burst into the breeze, his face comes back for a moment. Maybe it's okay to take it out and look at it once in a while. After living so busily for so long, the sesame oil smells especially rich today. Maybe because she tucked a little first love into the roll. That memory wrapped deep inside kimbap. This spring, it's ripening all over again.
Winter coats are out, oh I feel so light. Sun kisses my cheeks, wind lifts my hair just right. Fingers brush strangers' smile and let it slide. Maybe it's just the season pulling us inside. The streets are crowded, benches feel so warm. Should I take your hand? Oh, just one more second. Then boom, 20 pine 5, go we'll see where love begins to rise. Spring is calling and youth is on the line. Oh la la la, the temperature of affection, 25 of us say. Cold hands now feel so warm, hearts so wide open and ready to soar. Energy rushes through, lips on a melody pure. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of us say. By the window side, eyes deeper than the coffee I sip at night, resting in sunlight, feeling so alive. Every word temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Cold hands now feel so warm, hearts so wide open and ready to soar. Energy rushes through, lips on the melody pure. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Like flowers in bloom, love is rising high, dancing to the rhythm of 25. Step by step, closer still, come a little closer now. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Oh la la la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. With spring we rise again, filling the air with love and light. Fingertips meet, hearts align, we all sing of love tonight. Oh la 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 la, the temperature of affection, 25 of the sea. Remember the temperature of affection, 25 a wish. Oh la la la, love is blooming at 2025. Oh la 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 la, where love takes flight at 2025.
From the end of the alley, a gentle breeze touches the frozen ground, tapping softly on my window, whispering yellow secrets into the air. Layer by layer, it peels away the heavy winter chill. Beneath the wall, forsythia sways like a flowing yellow skirt. Between the stretching light and playful winds, it spreads like children's laughter. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze brings back radiant memories. The sound of footsteps skipping by, those ticklish yellow giggles. Somewhere inside them, my childhood self still hides. Bicycles glide down the hill, new school bags bouncing in rhythm. Waving hands chase the rolling wheels, laughter trailing like spring wind. A little child dives into the waves of yellow bloom. Petals in her mouth, she sleeps and dreams until mother calls. That spring still brings a smile and gently closes my eyes. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze brings back radiant memories. The sound of footsteps skipping by, those ticklish yellow giggles. Somewhere inside them, my childhood self still hides. I can't return to that time, but every year they bloom again, like a child's laughter, like tiny feet running free. They color my heart yellow and bright once more. Forsythia carried on the spring breeze, a wistful name hidden in each petal. Footsteps echo through time, laughter floats in on the wind. Calling my younger days, I walk again beneath the forsythia-lined wall. Along the wall where the spring breeze brought the bloom.
the dim glow of a street lamp, and my shadow trailing behind. Walking didn't feel like going somewhere, but more like quietly turning back into myself. No familiar path, no clear destination, yet somehow I wasn't afraid. The sound of rain softly covered my hesitation. In that hush, I found myself asking, are you okay right now? Passing through a signless alley, I followed, feeling over direction more than what I've lost. It was all I'd quietly held on to that showed me. On nights like this, I finally begin to understand. Wet pavement, a faded mural, a cat beneath the low awning. Tonight everything felt like it was embracing me. Even this rain-soaked city seemed warm for once. We're always so afraid of losing our way, but maybe what truly matters is what rises in that lostness. Where am I now? And more importantly, with what kind of heart am I walking? Passing through a signless alley, I might have been walking for the first time at my own pace, not someone else's, just mine and mine alone. And when I turned around, I didn't know the direction, but I knew my heart had moved forward, and that on this quiet night was more than enough.
The sky over Seoul is gray. People flow like waves. Hand in hand, two bent shoulders step into the subway. The screen flickers, numbers changing fast. What stop was it again? They glance at each other searching. People move like clockwork, rush in sync. Where are they all headed? These men and women, our steps are slow. Sometimes we pause, but as long as we're together, it's alright, just like always. And then the subway doors open wide, like ocean waves, people rush inside. We look around, searching for a seat. Two young girls rising gently offer theirs. Oh, we can stand, but such kind and pretty hearts they have. The world has moved so fast, just like this speeding train. Shoulders leaning close, they gaze at each other again. Through side by side, never apart. The young couple beside them bickers playfully. A lover's quarrel vanishes like ripples in a stream. Does it bring back old memories? They glance and softly laugh. The quarrel ends as he lightly wraps his arm around her shoulder. The elderly couple chuckles, nudging each other shyly. No matter how the subway shakes, nothing shakes them anymore. Eyes closed, hands still clasped tight, yet clearer than ever their granddaughter's face appears. What was the name of that puppy she has? Time has slipped by so fast. Now our stop is near. Checking once, twice over again. To be old means to check and check again. They turn and smile, looking into each other's eyes once more. Through the ever-rushing streets of Seoul, through the crowds that never slow, the elderly couple walks on hand in hand, carrying a gift for their granddaughter, soon to be a bride.
Same seat, same quiet day. I looked out the window without thinking, and suddenly I felt it. The light had grown a little softer, a little kinder. The wind was still cold, but the sunlight lingered longer. In that light, something unspoken began to quietly bloom. Spring lingered just outside the window. It said nothing, but the warmth slipping through the curtain told me the new season was quite here. Steps of passers-by seem lighter somehow. Someone smiled for the first time in a while, and without meaning to, my heart felt warm again. Outside the window, and for that one moment, no past, no loneliness seemed to matter. I simply stayed within the light. That's how spring comes, without sound, standing for a while,
just beyond the glass, watching me.
Drops, neon lights shine bright. The city moves, rhythm takes flight. Step in the circle, the crowd gets loud. This is your moment, own it now.
The beat explodes, sparks fly high. From one other park to the other side. One step forward, someone jumps in, another follows. The battle begins.
Footwork sharp, hands tell a story. This is war, but no need to worry.
Unplanned yet fierce and real. Tonight we prove it all with skill. Hands up high, let the rhythm flow. This moment, the music's in control. Anyone's a star, anyone's the stage. Soul's night is calling your name. Drop it, let the bass line ride. Feel the groove, let your body slide. Under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time, own the space. A kid claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now their feet start tapping, answering the call. A nod to the beat, lost in the sound. One step closer, now they're breaking it down. Someone jumps, someone spins, another locks in, showing their wins. No rules here, just one command, never stop, let the music stand. Hands up high, let the rhythm flow. This moment, the music's in control. Anyone's a star, anyone's the stage. Soul's night is calling your name. Drop it, let the bass line ride. Feel the groove, let your body slide. Under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time, own the space. Sweat drips down, breath runs deep, but stopping now, this game's too steep. One more step, feel the heat. Soul streets where dance and rhythm meet. The beat gets softer, but the night still glows. Yet the rhythm lingers deep in our souls. One more step, wake the city high. One more step, let's wake the world tonight. One more step, wake the city high. One more step, let's wake the world tonight.
Claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now the feet start tapping,
Answer it call.
under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time,
Own the space.
claps from the sidelines, watching it all. Now the feet start tapping,
Answer it call.
under street lights, heartbeats race. This is your time,
Own the space.
I wanted to go to the sea, to break free from this age of suffocating speed, entangled ties, to let the wind take me wherever it would go. And there, in the packed morning subway, I dreamed a dream I had long forgotten. In that dream, I became a butterfly, flying slowly, so slowly, through the maze of buildings, but with a freedom I had never known. I melted into the wings of that butterfly, gliding soundlessly above the forest of glass and stone. People walked fast, spoke fast, news rushed even faster, the world spun faster still. Some ran ahead, some barely held on, but I couldn't keep up. So I rose higher and chose to fly farther. Passage on Boulevard, gliding over Chongqing, I soared beyond the gates of a women's college and over the Han River, leaving behind the glitter of the city. Just as my wings began to tire, stay strong, little butterfly, the spring breeze whispered and gently became my companion for a while.
I am now flying to the sea. I long to fall into its wide embrace, to dive into the deep rhythm of the waves and be carried away. Surely the sea has been waiting for someone like me.
I look down at Seoul from beneath the clouds, its lights, its speed, its noise and silence. Love lives there and sorrow, and yes, perhaps hope too. But I know now my wings were too light, too fragile to navigate that storm.
I am now flying to the sea. I let go of promotions, romance, account balances. With the flutter of a butterfly finally finding its destination, I go shaken, yes, but with unwavering resolve. The sea must be calling out my name right now.
The sea is still far away, but with every moment
I move a little closer to a better me than yesterday.
So on this quiet spring day, with no one watching,
I like a butterfly on the breeze, fly